Thank you, Casimiro. Thank you.
Javier.
Hi, Fabian, I will try to speak slowly for you. So my name is Javier. I'm working in coal mine in Ireland. We have a lot of challenges in coal mine at the moment because we double-side organization. We are always based in Dublin, and now we are based in four different locations in Ireland. And we have a lot of work ahead for us. Despite all this change in the organization and all this growth, one of our strategies is still growing on the international place, and we want to do more mobilities for the Irish people who were traditionally very great to hosting people, and the project now is start to send people to other countries and start to engage with all these international profiles again. So the expectation for this is very clearly to create that network and speak with all the partners to put the basis to start and kick out the mobilities hopefully in January.
Okay, thank you, Javier.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Begoña Gómez. I'm from Spain and I'm working in Asociación Proyecto Hombre in Madrid. It's based in Madrid, but Proyecto Hombre has like 28 facilities all around Spain, like Proyecto Hombre Madrid, Proyecto Hombre Barcelona. Just to explain, because I know some of you know what some of the different domains. But I'm working in the Asociación. It's composed of all the 28 Proyecto Hombre around Spain. And now I'm in charge in a new area, it's the area of cooperation international. And well, I'm coordinating the Ecett-Networks project that maybe we will talk later, some of you belong to it. It's great to be here. I used to be a therapist in Proyecto Hombre in Madrid, and I just arrived in February, so I'm new in everything. And so I'm just so happy to meet you all in person, and I'm sure this will strengthen the cooperation between all of our institutions. And thanks so much for inviting us.
Thank you, Begoña.
My name is Ecett-Networks. I'm originally Polish, but I work in Chinese model in Italy. We have huge network of therapeutic communities, and what I can say, thanks to Andrea Ascari, I was invited on the beginning of Ecett. I remember our first meetings. It was so interesting, and I'm so happy to come back here and to see development of Ecett. I'm really interested in new project of Ecett Academy. This is my reason also to be here, because I want to understand the future development, and I have some proposals also to, maybe not now during this presentation, but later. I have some idea, because we have in Modena, we have also a university, so we have some kind of experience in it, and we can add some elements to this very beautiful idea. I don't know who is coming from this idea, but I love idea of Ecett Academy. I love it very much, and I see also Andrea. I was guessing that it's him. Yeah. This is very, very beautiful project, and we are ready to collaborate in development of this project, and we are ready also to review some arguments. Before coming here, I had 2 meetings with our staff of drug addiction area. So I bring also some ideas, not only for me, but from our organization. It will be also very nice to share those ideas with you. Okay? And with me is Beatrice, she is the new one in this field. Maybe you can introduce yourself as better. Yes. Thank you for now.
I'm Chris, I come from Italy, and I'm graduated in July, so I started my traineeship with Chris, and
know the mobilities with people that you have shared a cup of coffee with. So I'm really excited. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Michael. I'm from Poland and I'm working in therapeutic community for adolescents between 30 to 21 years. I'm sorry for my English, but I will do my best to understand you. I represent here Polish Federation of Therapeutic Community. It's since 25 years and it's including the Moral Associations, TC, Betania and another TCs from Poland. We are have something like school for therapists and making certificate exercises for many years and we try to work in prevention and another. And for me here the most important is meet all of you because it's my first time on steering committee and have knowledge about mobility activities, changes between our country and I think it's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lisa. I'm here from Kilmine in Ireland. I'm trying to speak really slow. I'm from Kilmine in Ireland. I'm actually Scottish, so I can be difficult to understand. I'm so excited to be here and to see some old friends and to meet new friends and share practices and build networks. As Javier said, it's an exciting time for Kilmine. At the moment, we've doubled in size in the last 18 months throughout the pandemic, so we actually have an additional 7 services at the moment. And as we grow, it's really important that we maintain that international strategy where our staff have the opportunity to engage in mobility projects and bring back and share good practices. So it's really important for us that our staff have the same opportunity that I've had. I've engaged in the Ecett process many times and learned so much from my other partners and brought those practices back into Kilmine. So it's so valuable, the process is so valuable. So we're excited now to move it forward again. We have our funding application in for the mobility placements and we're just excited to provide this opportunity to our staff. So it would be great spending the next couple of days with you guys and hopefully arranging mobility placements in our various services across Europe. So thank you.
Thanks, Lisa.
You probably didn't understand a word. But it was all true, I promise.
So I'm Andrea Scari. I'm in Ecett. I'm proudly in Ecett since the beginning, not the second beginning. So the birth of the association, but also the birth of the projects, which started Ecett. And I'm very happy to be here today to see one of the most participated Ecett steering committee, because last year and the beginning of this year have been challenging for all of us, for our organization, and it could be a disaster for Ecett because it's an organization exchanging people and letting people to meet and to exchange knowledge and good practice. Instead, we keep alive our communication, we keep our projects and our ideas alive. We took a lot of advantage of digital communication and we were able to be together, to work together, to design together new ideas and new projects. And so for me it's something very similar to a miracle what is happening today and what has happened during the last 18 months. So thank you.
And I have to say that Andrea and Zdenka are members of the board of Ecett-Networks.
Nous accueillons Delphine et Laura.
De Alice.
De Alice, oui, de Alice. Oui.
Super, super.
Donc, est-ce que nous avons...
Yes, we also from an organization which is called Alice, not very far from here in Belgium, and they introduce mobilities in the sector of cycling. And so they will be here today, and it is a possibility for them also to see with you. If you do things in your diagnosis or in other things, maybe you can help them to fix internships in your organizations eventually. On va vous laisser vous installer. Vous parlez un peu anglais ou pas?
Oui, je sors maintenant le balcon.
Ça sera chouette à un moment si vous pouvez simplement dire quelques mots de plus sur ce que vous faites chez Alice. On vient de faire un tour, on va vous installer. Et puis,
Désolé pour le retard, je vais pas rendre.
ouais, ça va, il n'y a pas de problème. Vous pouvez enlever mon masque aussi.
So, still Paulina.
Technical problems with the train.
And Paulina, as you just arrived, then you can sit. If you have enough chairs, have a chair there. You can sit there, and so you can also present yourself.
We are in the time, so we can have some minutes to the representative of ALI, which is a Belgian association in addiction and psychiatry field, and also after that, Paulina.
Yes.
It's
So
necessary. Everybody knows Paulina.
could you repeat your names? Is your name
Laura.
Laura and
Delphine.
Delphine? Okay. Yes. And can you present yourself and Alice?
Yeah. Hello. We work from Alice. It's a structure with different clinical unity. We have a structure for children, a structure for people who have psychiatric disorder, a structure for people who have substances addiction, and the last one for people who have trouble with autonomy. Okay, I work in ALGA, who is a structure for people who have psychiatric disorder, and I specifically work for help them, the adults who have trouble, to back home.
Okay. Thank you, Laura.
I work at the Ellipse, that's one of the four structures. The specification of Ellipse is to work with people who have problems with drugs addiction and alcohol. In Ellipse we have three different structures. One is Project Elba, so that's the follow-up for the people that really at home. That's really people that have problems to knock on the door of an institution, and that's why that's really the team imposed to follow them at home. The second one is the ambulatory, you say that? Le suivi ambulatoire.
Ambulatoire?
Oui.
Yes, an open day, yes, a day center.
That's a day center. With a psychologist, a social assistant, educator. And the third structure is therapy
had a mobility project 3 years ago, and now we have a new mobility agreement with Erasmus.
Yeah, but before we had the mobility project, before it was Erasmus with Ecett. So I remember I was in Modena.
Oh yes.
And before, yeah, in Sydney.
Okay, thank you.
I practice a lot. I'm a big fan of that.
The convergence project. Convergence.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Yeah, I remember you.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Nice. I hope that after this day everybody will remember me. So yeah.
Paulina?
Okay, my name is Paulina, sorry for I'm late. And I work for trampoline. It's 15 years I work in trampoline, and with yours 15 years too. And now I work in prevention service. And Natasha is my boss. So I'm happy to be here after a long time.
Thank you, Paulina. So maybe we can go to the map on the drive. You know, there is a PowerPoint.
For the moment, it's overview of the logical framework.
Yes.
Do you have that on the drive?
It's on the drive, yes.
Yeah.
You go on steering committee.
Yes, which one?
C'est celui-là, c'est le premier. Yes. Yes.
Okay. If you don't see the big screen, you have in front of you little one. And so, and try to put it as
So the main purpose of today will be the new project of the Academy. 3 years ago, 4 years ago, we wondered what can Ecett do for the future, because we had always internships, and we felt we should do something new. We were wondering, we did not know what to do. And then came the COVID, and everything was blocked. And so we began with 2 new initiatives. So the first thing that we do since very long time is since 2005, we did 1,200 international internships in the field of addiction. This is the main field, but also in the field of psychiatry, youth, and social work with mobility. This was our core business for a very long time. Since 2019, we began what we call Ecett. CLI is a network of organizations in French side of Belgium. They work with children and adolescents. For example, they can be schools and teachers, but also psychologists working with children, also shelters for young people and children, etc. And the government wants that these people work together around individual youngsters. And all these professions, they work separately. Teachers work only in the school. Psychologists work as psychologists, but they have no links with the school, etc. So the government says you have to mix, you have to know each other, to learning to how to work together. And one of them, they said, but Ecett can help us for that. Because we agree with the goal of the government, but we don't move. And Ecett is a system to go and to move to the others. And so they asked if it was possible to make a specific platform for CLI, which is consultation et liaison, intersectoral liaison and consultation. And so they asked us to make a platform just for them in French, not for movements in Europe, but for movements in Wallonia and Brussels. And today the Flemish are also interested in it, and they will join too. So this, what we have done for them, it was blocked with the COVID too, so it will start now. But what we did for this group, we can do it also for your country. If you say, in our country, it can be Spain, Greece, Italy, or others, it makes sense to make Ecett exchange at national level. In Spanish for Spain, in Greek for Greece, etc. If you say we want also to have a platform dedicated for national exchange with the Ecett system, it's open. You just ask it, and we can see with Andrea how we can make a course specific in your language. So this you can discuss it today and tomorrow. Okay. So this is the second thing that we have begun, which was blocked with COVID, but it will start now to move on. Then what we did during the COVID, we said everything is still, we have to do something to be in link, and we will invite the experts of the network. You know, in our core business, the good practices were identified by travelers, and the travelers, they wrote a good practice about their host. This is very good, but now we said we will ask to the expert at the host institution to present by himself. It will be better presented if it is done by the expert than by the trainee. And so we began webinars in English and in French. And until now we have had, I think, 9 webinars. 1 month it's in English, 1 month in French. And we have 5 main thematics. The first thematic, the month 1, is about treatment of addiction, which is classical for most of you. It's mainly about therapeutic communities. A second thematic is about working with families and also networking with other services. We had it in French, we had it in English. Then the third topic is about specific target groups. It can be the target groups of youngsters, target group of women with children, target group of detainees, etc. So do we have good practices about these target groups? We had it already in English and in French. And then we have the target group low threshold. This is something new for us, because our tradition was rooted in therapeutic communities and not in harm reduction and methadone. And so we said today we have to join up, because most of you began also to do things on low threshold. So we can share there too. And it happened in French. We had 3 presentations last month about harm reduction, and also about tapage of Camille. They presented how they do things in France for giving the opportunity to addicted people who beg in the streets, in place of begging for money, to work one day for a factory or for a city and receiving some money for the day in place of begging. And so they can step by step go back to the services for addicted people. The 5th thematic is about management. See, this is very new for us, and I'm very interested if you are ready to share something you are doing well. There will be one webinar in November and one in December. In English it will be in January, but in French the thematic management is in November, and in January it will be for the English-speaking people. So if you have good practices in human resources, in quality control, or in other things which have to do with the management of teams, it is welcome. Please make a sign to Paulina. She is the link for us, all of us, for the preparation of the future webinars. So this is what we have done. We will see if we and we will think with you if it's good to go on with it. There are approximately 25 people joining in French and 25 people or 30 in English joining. So we have one problem with the French-speaking participants, because it's often about the trampoline presents several times, Phoenix Namur presented several times, and CEUD. Now we need more people in the French, in France and in Belgium, also in Lebanon, because they are good in French in Lebanon, and in Mauritius. We hope that we will have more people, otherwise it's always the same who are presenting the text. So we should change that. In English, we have more diversity. So this is about the webinars that we did. And this is still focusing more on addiction, not yet in the sector of psychiatry or youth. This may be in the future.
Sorry. Steering Committee 2021. Okay? Just check.
Okay. I think that is the third line, which was a red line, the red line there, this is the focus of today. It is the academy. And the idea of the academy came from Andrea. When we spoke about it 4 years ago, I wondered how we could do it. He said that you have a big network of institutions, and in all these institutions there are people having good practices. So this is a huge amount of potential trainers. And beside the internships, you could make an academy where all these professionals could share and train in the different good practices that they have. So it was difficult for me to imagine how to do it, because also he said yes, and there are many possibilities now with internet, with e-learning courses, etc. There are many new possibilities. It was a little bit a mystery for me. But with the situation of the COVID, I opened my ears and I asked him, explain it better. And I had to use the logical framework to understand, because I can't understand a complex project if I don't put it on a paper. And so I thought, yes, this is really something wonderful. And I thought also to my first contacts with the journeymen in France, and tomorrow afternoon we will visit the journeymen in Brussels, and they will also speak there about their core business since the Middle Ages is internships in different cities in France and in Europe. This is their core business, but they develop also beside that a kind of academy. So they have very, very experienced experts, and they organize training in factories, training made by the expert, the journeyman. They become trainers. And so I think we can do the same for Ecett, and this is what we will speak about today. Then, encore la même, same. So, we have a lot of good practices on the database. In the future, it would be fine if we could do like the journeyman, really to make a corpus of knowledge. It will be rooted on the good practices, but also we should do more. Maybe with the help of universities and collaboration with, thank you, the collaboration with universities, we can think on giving a better professional format to the good practices, to think how to systematize, how to structure the knowledge that we have. Today we have 400 or 500 good practices. It is not presented as it should be. This we can do maybe in the future years with the help of universities. And also to make a repository. And then if we have collaboration with universities, we can also think, is it possible to have a certification by universities? So people who will follow a training with Ecett, if they participate to the academy, they can receive a certificate, and maybe we can do even more. And we will see tomorrow afternoon with the journeymen that they have exams. So the interns, the apprentices of the journeymen, after 2 years or 4 or 5 years of traveling in France or in Europe, they can pass an exam and they can receive then official certificate from the government. Maybe we can think the same thing for Ecett in the future. Such things we can discuss tomorrow with Christophe and with Andrea too, because they have experience in the universities. Fabienne, she went. Okay. Voilà. This is, yes, okay, thank you. This is what we do since 15 years. So, what you see here, you have the mobility internships integrated in training activities. So this, we can do also some training mixed with the academy and the mobility internships. You can do a complementary training. Then we began something new. We had, after the webinars, I was asked by people working in psychiatric hospital in Bukavu in Congo, and they said, can we participate to Ecett? I said, it's not a good idea to make an internship in Europe. It's too expensive for the hotel, for the airplane. But maybe you can make an exchange between Congo and Rwanda if we have good practices in Rwanda. And we had a good address in Rwanda. So they said, okay, we want to visit our peers in Rwanda, working with with psychiatric people and also addicted people in the vision of social reinsertion. We had then the COVID lockdown, and so we said, you cannot go physically in Rwanda, but maybe we can start with an internet connection with Rwanda, and we can make, when you spend 2 days in an internship, it is about 15 hours of exchange. So we can make a virtual internship with a total of 15 hours of internship in different little webinars of 2 hours. And so we began to have appointments on Zoom or Meet between Bukavu and Kigali in Rwanda, and they explained how they do to reintegrate psychiatric patients after the hospital, but also there were problems of with the medicines, the medication, because people receiving medication for psychiatric disorders, with the medicines, they can have other problems. Maybe they can't sleep, maybe they have libido problems, maybe they have pain, etc. And they say medicine is too expensive in Congo for people. And I said, well, but you know, in Ecett, we have in France, in Bordeaux, we have a therapeutic community, and they initiated a therapeutic garden. In the community, with the residents, they developed a garden with medicinal herbs. And the residents, they cultivated, they cut it, they dried it, and then they have infusions, it's like tea, and the residents, they have access to this in the day when they have pain or there are other problems. They can have access to this for free. It's not, they have not to pay for that. And so in the Congo, they said, this is what we should do. So we did a contact between Bukavu and Bordeaux, and also between Bukavu and Trampoline, because they said we want to make support group for parents. And so we organized solidarity groups for parents in Trampoline, in contact through internet with Congo, so they could exchange how it works, how the support of parents is done in Trampoline. So, well, I think this is a new way for making internships without airplanes, without hotels, which is easily accessible. But of course, if it's possible to have a physical internship, it's better. But you can do both. You can start with a virtual internship, and when it's possible, you continue with a physical internship. Or you can do the opposite. Begin with a physical internship and continue links, but as a course of 2 hours with the host that you have visited before. All these are through all these internships we have good practices, and this will go to the repository, the professional repository that we will co-construct in the future. In the webinars we have also new good practices. All this together comes to the professional repository, and this will be also a link with the academy. So you see, we are busy with different things, but this is converging, this is going to a focus which is training and having repositories of good practices. Well, now I think it will be for Andrea. Yes, maybe yes, I can speak about this. Yes, the originality of Ecett was at the left side, the internships. So the internships in the journeyman approach, the main actor is not the teacher. The main actor is the trainee. If the trainee doesn't call a host, if the trainees don't move to have an internship, nothing will happen. Which is the opposite of a school or university. In the university, is the teacher who will make a syllabus, a book for the course. The teacher will fix hours. The teacher will book for a room, and the teacher is the main actor. He speaks, and the people are listening. With Ecett and with the journeyman, it's the opposite. The main actors are the learners. They have to move, they have to take initiatives. And they have at their disposal a network of potential hosts, a network of potential trainers. So this was our core business, and now we begin to do at the right side the classic, I would say, the training where the experts will be the main actors because they will deliver their knowledge. To the main actor is changing of place, and always what is fundamental for Ecett is the concept of good practice and not good theory. We can do theory, but the most important is what are you doing on the field in your organization? What works in your organization? I also want to say here today there are several managers, Natasha, Lisa, Andre, etc. And so there is a possibility also to prepare exchange among managers, because until now, on 1,200 trainees, I think there were a maximum of 5 managers. The managers don't travel with Ecett. They travel sometimes for conferences, EFTC conferences. This is fine. But when I did, as a manager, EFTC conferences, I said, I have 2 or 3 days for the conference, and I have 2 days to visit colleagues on the spot, to visit a community. And I learned a lot in these visits. And if you do so, the best thing is to use the travel file of Ecett, to say to your host, my questions are, maybe my questions are the burnout of the staff. These are typical issues for the managers. How do I manage quality control in my community? How do I manage the training of my staff? So I think there are issues specific for managers, even for private funding of the organization. And so such things should be shared among managers. So don't forget it, use it. And we can do also a specific area. I spoke yesterday with Michal about one of my questions as manager. It was about statistics about recovery. I know that time in treatment is one indicator for the long-term recovery. The longest a person stays in a program, 1 year or even more, there is more chance to be abstinent in the future. And so one question is, how long can we maintain our residents in our community? And we know it's still more difficult with the time, because our clients, the patients, they have many other possibilities than therapeutic community, which is the hardest solution. It is a painful solution. It's easier to do with methadone. And why not? But being in methadone for all your life, is it your project? So if you go to therapeutic community, what are the chances that you remain for 3 months? What are the chances that you remain for 6 months, 9 months or more? And if we could have a sharing of our statistics between communities to say, well, what are your rates? What are your numbers? And if I see that you are better in the first phase of the community, or if I see that you are better in the final phase, in the re-entry house, can I make internships in your organization to see how you do? I think this is delicate, because people, I understand this, it's delicate to compare in one country, less at international level, but in one country to say, is Sevilla better than Madrid? Is Madrid better than Barcelona? This is delicate. You can only do this between managers who say, I want to do it. Only those people. And we take confidentiality. So this will not be shared with everyone. It's for the managers who want to share it. Then the researchers who work with statistics, ASI, etc., they can make statistics on the same basis to have a comparison. So if you are interested in it, speak together, because I think for the future it is important. Because the governments, they say they have less money for social affairs and for health, and addiction is more and more expensive. And so they will, in the end, they will say, what is the return on investment? If I spend 1 million euro for your organization, what is the return on investment? If you can say, well, my statistics say this, I can say with the Europe ASI, I can say that there are changes that we can observe. Okay, that's fine. And about recovery, so it's difficult. Also because coming back in the society is still more dangerous, because drugs are everywhere, because it's normal to use cannabis, because it's normal to drink. the mentality, the philosophy in the society is more and more dangerous for our residents. So we have to compare ourselves, I think, to take the teachings of those who have the best results, to say therapeutic communities are efficient. So the network of, we do a network of trainers and trainees and good practices. What you see is here that the fundamental, the first figure is the trainee. A trainee with a question, and the trainee goes to the house A, where there is an expert A with a good practice A. With the academy, we see that the expert can also become a learner. You can be a teacher and you can be a learner. And then you go to the house B with good practice B, expert B, and the expert B becomes learner B, and he goes to the C organization, etc. So I think with the academy and leaderships, we can become all of us, we can become teachers and students. So that's for now, and I think now I give the word to Andrea. Or maybe
yes, it's better to do the part of the academy at the end, because now it's Paulina that should present the webinars.
Do you have a question at the moment? You want to say something?
Yes.
I will be very interested, but when you say about to be a manager and different, I will be very interested. I've been working in trampoline for 22 years. It's different to be a social worker, to be a manager. I will be very interested to exchange, maybe travel to see someone else. I will be very interested. For us, it's a good key and it's a great opportunity. So, yeah.
So, and take the opportunity to have here different managers to see with them what you can exchange. And also what I saw with Leonardo from Phoenix, he went once with his team to Modena. And he was with his team, and when he came back, he had in mind the discussions between his team and the team of Modena. And so he understood what his staff members wanted to introduce in Phoenix when they came back. And they said it was helpful to have our manager with us, because when we came back, he said, okay guys, do it, I stay out, but I know your model, and so I support you. So this is also interesting to go with your staff members in some places, and to have some specific moments for you and the manager of the host, and some specific moments for your staff members and the staff of the host. Okay, thank you, Natasha. Other questions or yes, thank you.
I just want to share the idea about managers which is really excellent. We have been really focusing on the direct work in our Erasmus.
Could you speak a little louder, please?
Erasmus projects, we've been focusing on the direct work, but I want to say that we have come to the need to empower our managers as well, and we're actually in the process of we don't call it a manager's traineeship, but one of our financial managers is going to visit Tabash in a few weeks, and she is in our organization. She's responsible for the complete financial management, and we have set the objectives, and she's going to see how the organization works in this area with the Tabash colleagues.
That's very fun. And I remember, for example, in trampoline, it was Denis Gouman. He was the financial manager, and he went to visit CEID in Bordeaux for the informatics system, to have a common file for all the clients for the different services. And we had a good tool in Bordeaux, and so Trampoline went there and they bought the system for Charleroi. So you can have all the people working in your organization can make exchange with their peers in other communities. Yes?
I still want to share because we also are thinking and preparing to send our colleagues from the marketing PR department, you know, we also feel that it's extremely important for the organization to be supported in the communication field, especially today with the social networks and everything. But who of us is an expert and who of us knows how to do it effectively? So we are planning to send out also people to see how you guys are doing it and to bring some inspiration and good practices and share ours, because we have done quite a good work, I think, in this area, supporting Magdalena, and we find it very important to share in this level as well.
Okay, thanks. Yes, and also about staff training. Natasha spoke me to this morning about staff training. In this also we can exchange good practices.
Oh, maybe it's,
Yes.
you don't mind if I explain
No,
our
no,
discussion
no, no.
this morning? Well, I don't know if you face this situation too, but Trampoline is an old institution, 30 years, but I have maybe co-worker in a lead institution, and I have young social worker. Okay, I'm going to try to explain it very clearly. I think they know the therapy community program, you know, but they don't know here inside. So they do just, if you do this, I do this, you know, but they don't give any sense, any meaning of the work they're doing. So right now, as a manager, I think I'm facing a very big moment. This is why I asked George's help. As a manager, I have to make sure that everyone understands what is a community therapy is, and not just do it. You have to feel, you know, the community. I know you understand what I mean. It has to be somewhere here. So, and after the COVID, I think we have suffering, and many of my workers have been suffering. I try to prevent the burnout too, you know. So as a manager, I think we face different problems right now. And this is why when I introduced myself this morning, I said we'd love to share with you and talk with you what you did with the COVID, what you did as a manager or social worker in your institution, because I think we need, I've been manager for Trampoline for 2 years, and I have 1 year, 6 months of COVID. So I think, I don't know, me as a manager, so this is why I would like to exchange with you and have maybe, you know, good practice, tools, advice, maybe some support. It would be nice too. So this is why I think it's a great opportunity that we have manager internship, and thank you for that, John.
Thank you, Natasha.
We appreciate.
Okay, Paulina, can you maybe come here? It will be easier. No, without your mask. Tu dois pas mettre ton masque.
Okay, thank you, George. You said almost everything. You talk about the topics.
Which one do you prefer, Paulina?
You said almost everything about topics. You talk about topics.
That's true, you are right.
So maybe I will promote the next webinar. It's at the end of October, the last Friday, the 29th. So we will have Cool Mind with, I don't know, Javier, we have to talk about this later. He has two possibilities. One is pregnant women, welcome for pregnant women in the Ashley House, I guess?
Yes.
And the other one, I don't remember, so maybe...
And the second one, the second option we decided later on, you know, is the new program is for parents under pressure.
Parents under pressure, okay.
And the facility for that is that we can apply not just for addiction, but we can apply for things like or teenagers with difficulties, so it will be maybe a little more appropriate. We have the two options, or we can keep the parents under pressure for the future.
Okay, we will talk about this later. And the other one is Proyecto Hombre with Proyecto Hombre Murcia. They work with women in Proyecto Hombre Murcia. One of my colleagues, she went to Murcia a few years ago and she wrote a good practice about this. So it's very interesting too. And My friend Zdenka, with the double diagnostic service. You sold me this service a few months ago. You said to me,
so the average attendance in English and in French is about 25, 30 people participating. In French, which is specific, is that we have people in very different places. People from French Guiana, close to Brazil, and other people from Mauritius in Pacific Ocean. So this is specific for the French speaking. And also, what is for us new, Ecett is not yet very well known in France. And so, step by step, we will have more French therapeutic communities. For the English-speaking part, there it's essentially in Europe, but there we have many participants in English.
Lebanon too, we have Lebanon too.
Lebanon, yes.
Sometimes in Italian, Andrea, thank you very much because you translate for your students, I guess,
yeah.
Italian students, the webinar, English and French to Italian.
And not only for students, for people from the Italian Federation of Therapeutic Community, because they have some difficulties in listening to English. And so we separate the channel when we do the webinars, and we also give a streaming with the Italian translation.
And sometimes in Chase, someone speaks French and they present in French. If you speak French, you can do it, you can participate in the webinar in French.
And if you want to know, because these are not the same good practices presented in French and English, so if you want to know about what was presented in both languages, we put it in the new bulletins. We had problems because we changed the support of the bulletin. So now we have 4 or 5 bulletins, newsletters waiting to be sent. You will see there the presentation of each good practice in both languages.
Okay. And if you understand French, just understand, you can participate also
to the webinar.
To the webinars in French.
Okay.
Thank you, Paulina.
Thank you, Paulina.
As we have still 10 minutes, maybe we can talk about Bridge for Ecett, because just a few minutes with this project to stand by at the moment. So
when we were in Thessaloniki, I spoke to you about a call for projects that Ecett did, because we were blocked. We did not know how to open Ecett to the future. We were always running the same mobilities. And so at one moment we said, we have tried many possibilities and nothing worked for development of Ecett. So we will invite partner institutions. If they have a good idea for Ecett, they can introduce a project about what could we do with Ecett in the future. And we had put 10,000 euro on the table, saying, well, these 10,000 euro are for the organization which will help us to find new perspectives for Ecett. The winner of the call for applications was Il Ponte, a therapeutic community for adolescents, which is wonderful, close to Rome, in Civitavecchia. But there was a little bit of misunderstanding between what we expected and what they wanted to do. So they said, we don't need the money. The 10,000 euro are still there on the table, but they said, we agree to be trained to introduce a project for mobility with the support of Ecett, and they also agreed to teach other Italian therapeutic communities to introduce a mobility application in a consortium with different organizations in Italy. So they did it, but it has been blocked because at the same time of the COVID, Europe said we changed the rules for the applications, and everything was blocked for 1.5 years. So until now, our Italian colleagues did not introduce the project, but I am still in contact with Silvia in Civitavecchia, and when we start again, they want to be accredited by Erasmus+. So I would say the money of 10,000 euro is saved. This is why we could rent this room because we have money on the side. The money is saved, and the project is continuing with them. But I cannot say much more now. It is slower than I thought. This is about which what we said.
Thank you. So now we are at the end of the first part. This morning I gave a sheet of paper with the booking for the restaurant tonight. I don't know where is the sheet.
C'est moi, it's me.
Ah, okay. I don't know if Alice, do you want to come to the restaurant tonight with us?
Normally not, but then I took my leave because I thought it was for the lunch, so I will remove my order.
Okay.
I'm not sure, normally I have something similar, but yeah.
So it's practical details.
Yeah, I know. Can I have 10 minutes to think about it and to answer after the post, for example, if I will come this evening or not?
Yes, I have to give the order before 11. It's okay for you? Okay.
Yes, it's okay.
So, did you find this first part interesting? Do you have a question? Maybe you can talk together during 10 minutes, and after that we go for a break. And it's we have to go downstairs, and when you arrive downstairs, it's on your right. It's a little room with big tables, and you can have orange juice, coffee, and sweets, if you can. Okay.
Mais s'ils n'ont pas de discussion, ils peuvent aller tout de suite.
Je ne sais pas si c'est déjà installé. Peut-être. Je ne sais pas.
J'imagine que oui.
Je ne sais pas. Oui, pourquoi pas.
Rester assis sans rien dire, ça
Donc pour le oui. Je vais tout remonter. Ou ajouter, c'était pas grave, c'est la liste de la dernière ou bien donc, je ne sais pas si j'ai dit. Voilà, et bien tu t'ajoutes. Voilà, tu t'ajoutes en dessous. Je suppose que c'est manière.
Allora, fai così Silvia. No, guarda, ti do un link. Ti arriverà la riunione con una quindicina di secondi di ritardo, però te la puoi vedere su YouTube, così ci sono anche le slide e tutto il resto, perché io non ho le slide sul mio computer. Allora aspetta che ti metto il link in chat. C'è Silvia, George. Ah, Georges?
Yes.
Et il y a Sylvia en ligne.
Ah, il y a Sylvia en ligne. Ah, tu l'as trouvé.
Je n'ai pas compris.
Il y a Sylvia en ligne.
Sylvia. Oh, ciao Sylvia.
Tu veux faire
That's fine.
pour que j'abaisse
That's
ça,
fine.
s'il te plaît? Merci.
Ok. So, se poi vuoi intervenire, puoi usare la chat di YouTube, ok?
So we have the help desk of Rome. Who is here?
No, te lo sto mandando nella chat di Nick, aspetta. Allora, un momento. Ecco qua.
I'm still waiting for Christophe.
Nessun problema. Prova qui, spegni l'altro perché sennò ti fa ritorno.
Delphine est dans B. So you will receive the list of all the help desk of Ecett-Networks. It's going for each. Please correct your name, correct your mail address, phone number, and if you have a Gmail, nice, Google account, Gmail address, put it because with this account you will have access to our Drive documents. Our cloud is Google. So maybe one day we will have a look. But for the moment, we still need Bill. Il nous manque encore un nom. Demandez une fille à côté de toi, c'est qui avec ici et en face, c'était qui? Et comme ça on mettra, so we put update the list. Delphine, il y a une liste qui circule. Oui, je ne sais pas si vous êtes déjà dedans, peut-être bien. C'est la liste de tous les desks du réseau. Et donc, vérifiez vos noms. C'est probablement Angelo qui est mis dessus, mais tu t'ajoutes. Vous ajoutez. Okay, thank you very much. So now, for the time that we have now until the end of the day is to speak about the very good idea of Andrea and George with the GPB Academy, Good Practice-Based Academy. So this is a synthetic picture of the project, and we try to know where we are in the project and what we have to do. So if you think you can do something for this project, please tell us, okay? What is in, and you also have it on the paper in your document. If it's more easy for you, you can take notes on it. What is it? So there is 4 steps. What is in green is done. What is in grey is current, really done. And what is in red, we have to do it. Okay? And then two matters are transversal, I don't know the name in English, transversal, which is the communication. Are we good at? I think no. The answer is no. We have to work on it. We have put, Andrea put a specific page on our website. It's done. We have a lot to communicate in our Facebook page. Done. And we have sent a lot of emails all around the networks and the members. Now, maybe we have to print something and give the idea on paper or not. Maybe we have to take more about, for example, in trampoline, Natasha allows Paulina to have a meeting with an appointment with each sector, and Paulina presents the academy to a few people, and so she can also answer to their question. And it's a good way in an association. Maybe there is other idea, and we have to find other idea. The second matters, of course, which is transversal, is mobility. How do we integrate this item, and how many mobilities are we going to do in 21, 22, 23? What do you still have with our project, or what do you intend to have in application, normal application, or accreditation? Okay, so now Andrea will talk to you about the academy. And if you have questions, your hand.
So, I think that we have started the activities last year, and I think that...
Andrea, you can lift this.
Okay, sorry.
Oui, c'est plus facile. Merci.
And probably we needed a pandemic to start the activity, because it was a quite old idea. I started to think about that when some teacher at the university asked me to present some experiences of therapeutic communities. And at the beginning, I just presented the places where I was working, where I was used to work, which was Chase and so on. And so our organization, our therapeutic community, and other things done by only one organization. After that, I started to think and to see, because sometimes I have to evaluate some good practices, and so I suggested to Georges to start a process taking this enormous heritage. I do not know if you usually go to the platform and take a look of our database, but I think that it is something unique. I do not know any other place where you may find hundreds of good practices. I mean, not all the good practices you can find there are written in a correct way, are readable, are in your language or in a language you can understand. There are something in Italian, there are a lot of good practices in French, good practices in English written by people who don't speak English every day. And so the quality, the general quality of good practices is not at the top, but the average quality is good, and you can find a lot of ideas, a lot of things. You may compare them, and you may also do, and this is the exercise I'm doing now, some monographic study of good practices. So you have a topic, and you can compare good practices coming from different places about that topic. And it is not necessarily a practical topic. because I think that the strong idea of Ecett Academy is again to link practice and theory. And it's a good place to do that kind of work. When with Christoph we started, I think 13 years ago, the university, it's 13?
2006.
2006, so 15.
Yeah.
Wow. 15 years ago we started with the university course in Italy, in cooperation with a university which changed, but it doesn't matter. When we started, our idea was to put together the highest level of practice with the highest level of theory, of academic work, of research, because often there is a gap. So there are services and structures studied by researchers and academic people, like they do with guinea pigs, and because they come, they use their tools, their questionnaires, they interview residents and so on. They write papers, and normally what you have as feedback, it's a paper, a copy of the paper. In other cases, there are practitioners, there are professionals who are able to understand the value of their work, to reflect on their work. And this is what you see perfectly in our project, in Ecett project. And they are able to build on that practice good theories. And this is the link we are researching, not just being the laboratory for researchers as a therapeutic community, and not just being people working in the field with practical tools, but without the capacity to innovate, to think about that, and to connect with the other world. And this is strongly perceived by students, because when they exit the university, they say, probably I didn't learn anything. No, you learned a lot of things, but there is a gap. There are not too many opportunities to link that two words. And I think that Ecett Academy may give a strong contribution to do that, thanks to the heritage of good practices. In fact, when we started the Ecett Academy, we called that Ecett GPB Academy. And GPB means good practice based, because we strongly think that there should be a strong link between practice, good practices, and training and learning. Another thing we want to keep in the Ecett Academy, even if Ecett Academy is something very similar to a traditional training institution, and so we would like to compare ourselves with other higher education institutions, public or private, doesn't matter. But we want to keep some principles which are at the base of Ecett project. So communication and learning amongst peers, not necessarily with a teacher explaining things and something and someone learning. We are working mainly in the field of lifelong learning training, and so I think that everyone has done his curriculum, academic curriculum, and now it's important to reflect about something else, something new. Another motivation is that the European Commission strongly agree about the fact that there should be an informal and non-formal learning way to get competencies and to achieve learning objectives. It's important not to focus only on traditional and formal teaching. And I think that this could be very useful and could be exploited by people at university, also for students, also for people who don't know the practical application of what they learned, because it's a way to have an overview, a larger overview. They do normally a traineeship. Every faculty, every course, university course, in the human field, in social field, in health field, require a traineeship. And it's important to do the traineeship. But if you do the traineeship in a place, your risk is to see only one place with any kind of rigidity or problem or anything else. If you have the opportunity to take a look at what happens in Ecett, you can participate to Ecett training. You have the opportunity to see a very, very wide interpretation of this work. What I often say when we were talking about Ecett, and this is another value I would like to keep in our academy, was that to do a traineeship with Ecett was also a good way to travel in time, because you can visit centers or community which are in countries with less opportunities, with in front if you compare with your situation, with your country, with your money, or with more opportunities. And in this way you may shift your time, you may shift your clock to another age. Maybe you will be in that situation, better or worse, in 5 years, 10 years. Maybe you will have to face the same budget problems. You are seeing in a place which is born with that budget problem because the health system in that country, in that region is not so developed and so on. And I think that this is important also for the students. To have an overview of what will happen, or what can happen, but also of our history. That's why I think that it's a good travel experience, a good traveling time experience, and I would like to keep it in the academy as well. So I was very proud when we started the academy, and when George, the other members of the management board accepted to start the work. I think that the pandemic just gave us some more opportunities, but I think that it is a process that it would happen even if we didn't have COVID-19. But what is most important is that the idea is growing up. We built a team of people who are not only members of the management board, with other people who are contributing and who are giving their time and their work in order to start the process. I know that I will give to George a strong pain, but it's not a linear process. We are doing things, we are doing some step forward, something we need to go back and to see again other things. And so I'm not so convinced of this structure and of this linear and sequence. Because, for example, it is true that we are more or less at this point, as Fabienne described. We are trying to do the catalogue. Paulina has worked a lot on that in order to gather all the information and to publish that, and we are working on it, and I think that in a few days we will be able, it's my fault, not Paulina's, because she sent me an issue and I wasn't able to solve it in time to present to you today, but I think that in the next day we will see with her what to do, and we will publish the first edition of our catalog. But on the other hand, the Academy idea started to function. We have a potential customer. We presented a project to a Belgian organization, and we are just waiting for the answer. Maybe that the Academy will be the provider of training for a local organization. I present as freelance professional another project for the University of Addis Abeba, and I wanted to put in it a small part, a small work for Ecett and Ecett Academy, because I think that it could be something interesting to be developed there, even if we are not talking about profession in the human sector. It is a project about totally different things. It's a project about agriculture in Africa and in dry areas. And we will provide just the support at the beginning, because this is what they asked me, the support to the university in order to prepare e-learning and online training for the people in that place. But what I would like to do is to talk and to present them also the possibility to exchange good practices, because you know, the initial idea, we tried also with a spin-off. I don't know if anyone in this room knows all the history of Ecett, but we started also with a spin-off of Ecett in order to provide the same service, exchange of good practice in the profit field, in the for-profit field. Probably it doesn't work for budget problems and so on, but maybe that our methodology, maybe that our system improved with the possibility and the opportunities given by the Academy could be interesting for someone else. As Georges told you, we did a similar work for another Belgian organization, which was based on good practices exchanges. The webinars, I think, have been a fantastic example of what Ecett may do with good practices. So at the beginning they were not connected, because it was an idea of Paulina, Georges, Fabienne, and they started to think. We did a first online event, it worked, and so we started to present a plan of webinars. It is a typical Ecett Academy activity, even if probably it was thought in another place and without thinking too much about the Academy. But this is what the Academy would like to do. We would like as well to be a network, because one of our pillars is networking. And so it's important for us to meet other similar organizations, to work with academic institutions, higher education institutions, to work with other training centers. We could share or not their philosophy, but we need that kind of networking. And so I hope that this could be done. And I hope that you can help us, because we are few persons. I will give you an exercise to do, which is aimed at pushing you to visit again our platform, because something interesting is happening there. There is the recording of almost all the webinars we had. There are all the PowerPoints presented by the professionals and by the persons who presented a good practice in the webinars. But there is a section dedicated to to the academy, which we would like to improve and to make it maybe another platform, maybe something more structured and so on. We will use it to start the work together on the platform. If someone has lost his or her username and password, you can come here in a few seconds and I will give you the access. If you never had one, I will create your username and your password. It will take, I think, 10-15 minutes, so I hope you have enough tools to go in the platform and to check. There is a section which is called Ecett Academy Team, and there is an exercise. It's a simple exercise about your potential engagement in the Academy. So we would like to know if you are able to give us 10 minutes. Yesterday evening I added, because I am in the system, in the question, I'm asking you, yes, it's Academy Team.
C'est bon? It's okay?
So if you may go into the course.
This one?
Yes, Academy Team.
Okay.
Okay, you will see an exercise. It's an online questionnaire, very easy, with 3 questions. And in one of the questions we ask you how many hours per month you are available to spend to improve the academy, and in which field. Yesterday evening I added the possibility to add digits, 1 digit after the point, after the comma. And so you may offer also half an hour or 20 minutes per month. But what we would like to have is a common participation, because it's quite hard to do that. And if you are not able to participate to the team because you think that training is not your work, is not what you like to do, and so on, we would like at least to be a testimonial of our academy in your country, within your organization, by presenting the services we may offer to you. So, I stop one moment. First of all, if you have questions, please ask me. It was a very short presentation because I think that more or less during the webinars or during different several contacts, you have listened many times to speak about the Ecett Academy, but I would like just to give you maybe a different framework and just to tell you what we are going to do. So, questions?
The platform is available on mobile?
Yes.
Okay. So if you don't have any laptop, you can use your mobile to go on the platform. And if you don't have an access, Andrea will create an access for you. And we will do the exercise, which is personal commitment?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is, the platform is at the address www.ecett.eu/platform.
Or through the website.
Or through the website.
Through the website of Ecett, you can find also the platform, which is in Journey and Learning. You see the platform is here.
Yes. Sorry.
You talked about social media. Who is animated the community?
Who wants, so this something we accept candidates. No, it is mainly Fabien, but
Sorry?
If you can contribute, she was asking who is managing the social networks.
Nobody.
The profile.
We try to do it during the night, in the evening.
But the profile is available, and if someone is more expert than us, because for example I use Facebook just to see what's happening, and I post maybe one post each month and no more. So if you have expertise in that field, any kind of expertise is accepted.
And if you have new idea, also. We only are on 2 social networks. Facebook is more common and is the one we use more regularly. And LinkedIn, a little bit. It could be very interesting to have someone expert in LinkedIn to do something on that social media.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Instagram is interesting. I don't know. I'm not persuaded. Maybe. I don't know.
And maybe even if, like, you yourself can add value, there might be somebody in your organisation that can, maybe you can allocate somebody else an hour or two to support the process, even if it's not you, to provide the resource within your own organisation.
This is just to start, because we thought to do a work group about that, but speaking with Fabienne, we decided to go for the personal commitment, even if it is very, very small. Because if you do group work, we arrive in this room, we do a plenary session, every group says we would like to do it happen, because we did it online many times. But the problem is that it is difficult to engage one group if the members of that group will be in their organization with different times and so on. At this time we are asking for a personal engagement, even small, and if you have colleagues you think that they may contribute to the development of the academy and who may enter in the system and fill in this form, just notice me. Now the section of the platform is closed. Many of you have been invited, and so you should enter directly in that course. If it doesn't happen, please ask me and I will habilitate, because some of you Ecett has had a long history, and so some of you have maybe 2 or 3 accounts, because he or she was working in different organizations, changed the emails and so on, and so we have just to check which is the most suitable one in order to get to give you the right access.
So you got your laptop.
Yeah.
How many minutes for the questionnaire do
Sorry?
we have? How many minutes do we have to answer?
10 minutes, 15 minutes. I think that 15-20 minutes it's enough. Check if you have again, if you have still the access to the platform, because sometimes we clean it and we delete maybe the users who were not online during the last 3 years, for example, or 2 years and a half, and so maybe you can find your access, and if you come here, I will give you.
And I have one question.
Yes.
There's a list of trainers. Is it possible to update our profiles or something like that?
Yes, of course.
How to do this?
Just sending a mail. At the moment, we are taking care of it, me and Pauline. So if you send a mail to us, you may improve your profile and your CV.
I'm sorry for this egoistic question, but I case when I want to improve profile or to propose new subject. I would be interested how to do this.
Yeah, and to understand what, because Christoph has already filled in the first template in order to provide this data and so on. If someone is not knowing what we are doing today afternoon, we will see it in detail, and we will do eventually groups in order to think about possibilities, proposals, and activities that this academy may start to do and that they may start to provide to customers.
Andrea,
yeah,
it's so beautiful idea. Thank you.
But we needed a pandemic.
There are only 3 questions.
Thank you very much.
It's not only my idea, because I think that if we didn't start with the webinars, the idea was it could be again in some how do you call it?
Fantastic idea.
Cassetto.
Does everybody has done the exercise? It's okay for everybody? No?
Okay.
Who has
So,
some difficulties?
help desk is here. Sorry. So, Delphine.
Ok. Voilà. Qu'est-ce qu'il nous fait lui? Pourquoi il fait ça? Ah! Va voir en vrai. Parce que tu as un petit peu de
Ah non, sorry.
Excusez-moi, je viens. Attends, je mets ma protection. Ma protection. Tu n'as pas la
Ok. Alors. C'est ça? Delphine Vigny.
Oui, c'est moi.
Ok.
Mais je ne sais pas si l'adresse est... C'est quelle adresse mail?
Donc, je vais voir. Donc, c'est Delphine Vigny, Alice.
Ah bah, c'est plus la même adresse en fait.
Ok, ok.
C'est pour ça. C'est point U à la fin.
Point U, ok. Donc, je vais te donner l'adresse qui sera.
Dans le premier, il faut arriver dans une plateforme de ligne. Non. Voilà. C'est la bonne femme. Pourquoi est-ce qu'il ne donne pas
Ouais, en fait, comment on a fait?
C'est l'académie.
C'est Ecett-Networks.
Oui, c'est ça.
Et en fait, bah, là, non,
Ça, c'est minuscule. A-T.
Ok. Et ce sera possible de changer le mot de passe après?
Oui, oui, oui.
Ok.
André.
Va bien. Pour être comme ça, si tu as des problèmes, tu me dis.
Ça va.
Si tu as des problèmes, tu me dis. Et en 2 minutes, je vais te mettre dans les cours où il y a cette académie.
Ça va, ok. Et donc tout est en minuscule, hein, tu me dis?
Oui, oui,
okay.
tu peux le faire.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't have
Yeah.
access
Just for a moment.
but I only present Laura and Athena and Nikki. I don't know if I will have...
Theodora is her assist, and so she may enter and go directly in the team, but I would like to give you one access.
Okay, you have an access, but I can't have a really personal commitment because I'm not involved so much in this.
Okay.
I would like to,
but I will give you one access,
new,
yeah,
so
and if you wanted to show it to Theodora, no problem. Just one moment, I just give access to the course to the team.
So I will tell them to get in the platform and complete this questionnaire.
Great. Ok. Et voilà. Administrator. Nothing, so okay. Could you write your name in Latin characters?
Yes. Somewhere?
Yeah.
My phone. Can I use hotspot?
Your email is?
What?
Your email.
I'll use one.
Write it down or spell it? What do you prefer?
If you spell?
E-N-I. Down.
Yeah. So.
Z-A-C-H. H.
H. Okay.
Yes, at hotmail.com.
Okay. So I will give you.
Do you have the Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi.
Post-it. Merci.
Okay.
And it's for everyone the same, I think.
Il va te retrouver dans la base de données parce qu'il est dans le backup. Il va te retrouver. Je vais essayer de le mettre sur ton téléphone. Un Samsung, oui, ça va. Alors, donc, ce qu'on va faire.
This will be your
the username. Yes.
And the password.
Tu as mis trop de mots.
Au début, je commence avec 2 mots, puis 3, puis 4, puis 5.
Ouais, mais ça c'est l'enfer.
No, I put it in here and put it and run.
Qu'est-ce qu'il a dit? www.
Yes, team, academy team.
When you are inside, you may change your language, the language of the platform, your username, your password, probably username no,
Voilà.
but
Ça, on est sur la
It is
plateforme.
an L.
Maintenant, il faut que tu connectes.
I-I-L
Okay, okay.
Mettons
Thank you.
N
Si tu ne sais plus tout le nom,
W.
W36. Okay, perfect.
Just
Thank
a
you.
moment that I check. Yes, correct.
Okay, and we tell Dora to get inside and complete that.
Yeah. And she's already inside, and she has problem with the account.
Okay.
Voilà,
Tell her, thanks to
est-ce que
you.
tu peux retrouver Natacha Delmotte? Parce qu'il ne la retrouve pas. C'est pas bon, hein? Natacha Delmotte.
Je vais changer le mot de passe parce qu'elle
On va
est dans
changer de mot de
le
passe. Si tu le dis. Et alors, c'est quelle adresse? Est-ce que c'est Trampoline ou bien est-ce que c'est
Je vais le coller.
Tu vas la retrouver?
Je vais ici, c'est plus facile.
Tu trouves toi alors? J'ai trouvé, oui. Voilà. Maintenant, tu as l'Academy, Personal Commitment, répondre aux questions. Voilà, tu y vas. Ça, c'est ton première question. Il y a 3 questions, hein, ça va aller vite. Ok?
Oui?
Il faut juste inscrire Laura.
Oui, un moment. Je vais terminer avec l'échange des mots de passe de Natacha.
Yes, not for Bing is very bad. Yes, okay, it works.
Yeah,
And then go just on an e-learning. No, okay, and then link to e-learning platform. And then, okay.
Ça va pas. Ça fonctionne pas. J'ai essayé, ça n'a pas fonctionné. Donc j'ai mis. Oui. Et alors le mot de passe c'est donc A, T, S.
A c'est majuscule et T c'est
Ah,
minuscule.
le A est majuscule, ah ben voilà, c'est ça.
Et L c'est majuscule.
A, T, S, alors, donc
38,
W,
L majuscule et P minuscule.
Alors ça va aller. Hop.
Oui, ça allait.
C'est ça.
So, Andreas, do you just want us to fill out this survey? That's all? Is that you want us to do?
Training needs.
I've done this already.
Yeah.
I've done this already.
You have to check the...
Is there anything else to do that?
Do you want to do the exercise?
I've done it.
I have done it.
Yeah.
You did it? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's all?
We will check it. Yeah. Only that one. So...
I suggest you on your phone, on your laptop, on your computer to keep the link to the platform in your favorites. Very because sometimes if you have to, where it is, you have to go to the website and then to the e-learning journey. It's rather difficult, so if you put it in your favorites, it's quickly to go there. It's in this link that you will find all the good practices, all the hosts are there, all the information about the Academy, all the webinars, video. You can find everything on this platform. C'est bon?
Oui. Je vais changer le mot de passe de Natacha. J'ai Trampoline pour Natacha.
Trampoline. Donc c'est son adresse Trampoline. C'est ton adresse Trampoline. C'est bon? Oui. Non, créer du matériel de communication pour présenter l'académie. Faire un flyer, faire un PowerPoint, voilà. C'est ça, ouais. Oui. Ah, choisi. Recrutement de teachers, moi j'ai recruter, c'est ce que tu as fait, recruter des teachers. C'est ça, parler avec la assister pour ouais. Ah bon, ça, oui. J'imagine, hein, combien de fois tu peux... par mois, tu fais par semaine. Ça va, Andrea, c'est bon?
Oui, 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 c'est pour
ça,
Natacha.
C'est pour Natacha. Voilà. Ok, for everybody? Oui. Ah, Académie, non, je crois pas. Sauf s'il te propose de traduire. On n'a pas un systématique français. Par contre, je crois que je connais toujours pas longtemps. C'est ça qu'il faut rendre. Oui, mais vas-y, attendez.
Non, 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 c'est un mot, un mot.
Connexion.
Non, ça va pas?
Je vais essayer.
Comme d'habitude. Ouais, Andrea va me dire que Natacha
Et voilà.
On va sur un tapis rouge, on va faire.
Ah, tout est déjà.
Je mettais à ce niveau là.
Ok, ok. Donc, ah oui, parce que je ne suis pas vu.
Bon, alors on va dans le macro.
Et voilà, il faut rafraîchir la page.
En fait, tu as des lectures comparatives.
Ok, très bien.
Merci beaucoup.
Je t'en prie.
C'est parce que si c'est un nouveau, là. Non. Ah, ça y est, est-ce que je dis quand je suis là? Mais on peut laisser un person et ça va se faire. Et tu vas avoir 4 questions. Tu réponds, tu corresponds. Quand je fais cette question, normalement, si tu as quelque chose,
What the Oh yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
Migrazioni.
Il en reste pour toi.
On va ranger je pense qu'on peut voir les résultats des questionnaires après. Il y a encore des questions.
Oui. Mais c'est bien qu'on ait fait cet exercice parce que beaucoup ne l'ont pas.
Et maintenant, nous avons fait une montrer.
Je suggérerais de mettre un lien vers la plateforme sur la page du website dans Académie. Que tu mets directement le lien vers l'Académie de la plateforme. Ça, ce sera encore... Et tu sais que quand tu ouvres le website via Edge de Microsoft, aucun lien vers la plateforme. Elle va ouvrir via Google Chrome, tous les liens sont là. Qu'est-ce que c'est ça?
Parce que le système a été fait sur un WordPress et
WordPress est lié à...
peut-être qu'il n'est pas compatible avec les versions Edge. On ne peut pas le mettre au jour parce qu'il y a trop changé, donc probablement il faut faire...
recommencer un nouveau site ou quoi?
On peut demander à Jean s'il faut nous aider, parce qu'il connaît un outil qu'on n'a jamais utilisé, parce que normalement j'ai fait la mise à jour de mon website, et quand il a fait le transfert comme les fournisseurs français et les fournisseurs italiens, il m'a donné des paquets très faciles, parce que j'ai installé un outil et tout a marché. Mais il faut faire les mêmes avec la nouvelle version de WordPress.
Simon, le fils de Denis Gouman, tu vois qui c'est Denis Gouman, son fils, c'est lui qui est informaticien. Il a fait une proposition pour refaire le site internet un peu à la façon Coolmine, avec des images, tout animé sur WordPress, 2000 €. Ce serait peut-être intéressant que Ecett se penche un peu sur, non, pour répertorier les genres, je devrais monter ça au budget, non? Quelque part. Parce que le contenu, il ne doit pas travailler sur le contenu. Il doit juste réactualiser, mettre une bannière qui bouge, plus facile d'utilisation sur WordPress, donc on n'aurait pas de difficulté à y aller. Est-ce qu'on n'envisagerait pas? Ce serait bien, non? On peut en parler au budget la prochaine fois?
La prochaine fois qu'on voit avec les...
Je vais demander à Simon.
Avec les pauvres.
Ouais.
Okay.
Ouais, ça va. C'est un bon prix. Hein.
Oui, c'est pas trop cher.
Non, c'est pas trop cher.
Il y a beaucoup de gens. Je suis un petit peu surpris parce que tu sais, si tu travailles bien sur la présentation de l'image, peut-être c'est difficile de planifier.
Oui.
Donc,
oui. Il faut discuter. Mais ça, il faut discuter avec lui. Il faut faire attention.
Des formations pour le faire.
Oui, il y avait prévu dedans la formation. Donc, pour une fois, en tout cas, on discutait en fait.
It's okay. We will check it after lunch because it's 12:17. We will go to lunch at 12:30, so we won't see it now.
Exactement. Avec un catalogue avec des exemples d'offres qu'on peut faire. Dans son équipe, j'ai une équipe de 10 personnes. Aucun ne connaît encore la généralité, mais on voudra avoir une formation en ligne d'abord, et puis des stages, et ensuite un certificat. Et là, demain, Andrea va calculer ça.
The last phone call that you have, missed phone call. Yeah. The last one, that's the phone call.
Could you email me, Gail, because I'm locked out by I'm a bit not. I'm okay here, I'll email them myself and ask them to reset my password.
Just I can call the other.
But I think that we need to kind of I think
No, I can't. I was working on this because I didn't have access to it.
I'm not sure. But I think children that have engaged in this process.
probably it is it can be the only way to collect information, to collect need, because it is very difficult to identify real needs, and we think that I think this probably it hasn't been discussed too much in the group, but I think that people working for Ecett Academy should advise organization before asking which are your needs, but supporting them also in the process of understanding the needs and collecting them. Another thing we were talking about is the participation of clients in this process. Normally we talk from professional to managers, amongst professional managers and training experts and so on. But we think that also clients and also residents may take part of this process and may provide their point of view. And so we have to think, we do not have a solution, but we have to think to how to involve also them in terms of expectation, in terms of further needs and so on. Me and Krasimira are working in a project which is related to that, trying to involve again ex-residents in the therapeutic process by providing them some training and making them able to support their peers in the therapeutic process. This is about mainly the complexity of identifying needs and the persons who may be involved. We as well provide a catalog because Natasha was giving an example, an interesting example of what they do in her organization. Providing something which is suitable if an organization decided to let its professional free to choose training. And so the catalog should be something that an organization may include in its training offer. And say you have to do at least 10 hours every 2 years of training, and you may choose also from the offer of the Ecett Academy. So our catalog should be also suitable for that kind of use. Another important discussion we have done is about language. We have partners in many countries. Maybe that not everywhere people are able to attend courses in English. And so we have to think about different solutions. One may be, and maybe the solution we tested and we used in webinars. One may be to, if we have a public in a country or in a language which is enough big to be sustained, to do that in a sustainable way, we may provide courses in that language. For example, in French, as we have done in the webinars, they have a high participation. Maybe in Spanish, we didn't. At the moment, we haven't yet done anything. But as Begonia was mentioning this morning, there is a very high potential public in Latin America, for example, if we switch to that language. And another solution may be the participation of people with a translator, as we did with the webinars for the people of the Italian Federation of Therapeutic Community. It is not complicated from a technical point of view. It could be a small training option offered for free to our network in order to let other people to do the same. And for example, if you want a Czech participation to the webinars, you may create the same connection and send a link to the Czech participant and to tell them follow the webinar in your language and I will translate for you. I'm not, for the Italian people, for example, I'm not doing a real translation. I just summarize concept because I'm not able to listen and speak at the same time. It's not my job, and so I'm not able to do that. But what we do, it is understandable, and so it may be provided also in other languages. Another important thing we have we were talking about a checklist in order to help. It is related for the previous topic, to help people and organizations and managers to identify their needs, which is a first collection, and then help them to define and to quote and to give value to different aspects, like the urgency you have related to that training need, the necessity, maybe also if it is complementary with other activities, training or with other needs, and it's important for that reason to solve that. Maybe also the affordability, because maybe in some cases training may not satisfy that needs, and so it is correct, it is honest to say we are not providing you a training because the need you are asking for is not a training need, but you need something else, a supervision, or you need to rethink about your organization, your structure, and so on. When we have already mentioned collecting needs from clients, which could be interesting, but we have as well to think that needs may come from workers, institutions, and managers. And so we have, when we ask during our survey, we were quite generalist, and in some cases a manager answered on behalf of his or her organization. In some other cases it was just a personal answer, so my specific needs are on that topics and so on. But we have to think that the process should be defined also through gathering needs from different level of the organization. Another aspect, this is quite interesting, where the academy will work, it is the intergenerational training. So keeping the link between the new generation of workers and the old generation of workers. Sometimes organizations are not able to support that process. Sometimes old elder staff members are simply tired, and they do not have the time to train their younger colleagues. But it's important to create a strong link, because it is related with the motivation of the younger colleague to the reflection they may able to do about why they do that things in that way. Because sometimes when you work in a therapeutic environment, you do that because it has always been that way, and it has always done that way, and you do not reflect on that. And this could mean that that way may be not still a good way to approach the problem and to approach the therapeutic environment, but also maybe that your motivation to do that way, because everyone is doing that, and so is very, very low, and so you lose the values, the perspectives, the importance of doing that way. If doing that way is positive. Instead, if you may put in contact the two different generations, you may do a reflection, and a new staff member, a young staff member may explain to an older staff member that recent studies or recent researchers are saying the opposite, and so you are doing in a bad way because now we consider that way not correct, or with that reflection you may improve the quality of your service, and you may let your organization growing up. So I'm sorry, I tried to summarize, but if you think that I missed Delphine or some aspects, if you think that I missed some aspects or...
Just the aspect that you explained, that sometimes we need support to define the needs, but after sometimes we need more time to digest all after the travel you have so much space, and then with the platform I think we have the priority after 1 month, we have to do that. In the 2 months we have to give back to with the team, we have to share, we have to do that, and sometimes we need really more time to see clear, first to digest, but maybe that would be nice to have support to before, but after.
Also after, yes.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm clear, but
So, in a few words, in a nutshell, the person may be the promoter of Ecett Academy, or the designer of Ecett Academy should be a person strictly linked, maybe the same person, and they should provide not just an offer of training, but an advice about how to start from a need to create a training activity, and so to design a project and to support that training project, because needs may come out from the training project, as Delphine was saying now. So training is also made to create new needs, new questions, and so on. And so you have to do a preparation, a design and a project, and a follow-up of what you are doing in order to support your participant in a good way. This is a complete training overview, and this is the best that Ecett Academy may provide. But we will keep providing a catalog of opportunities and so on. But our reflection was about complexity and how to fit complexity with a complete offer.
Thank you, Andrea. Did you define the next step of the process? Complexity, which is complex. But what is the next step, do you think, in this reflection? Do you think we still continue collecting the needs, or more precise, or differently, or?
No, I think that this is a good way to do statistics and to do to keep in contact with the field, with the potential customers. But I think that we have to need to create some training process or some agreements about the person who may offer to others the opportunity of Ecett Academy in order to be aware of that complexity. So I'm not imagining necessarily a training for Ecett Academy promoters, but something similar, yes.
Andrea, it would be fine if you could make a synthesis of what you said in a half page. So we should have it from Fabienne, from you, from myself, to keep the information.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything else to say about that? Any question? No? Okay, second group?
Yes, I will say that I've written, but of course the members of my team can complete, and the Christoph, of course, if you have a lot of ideas, you can complete what I say. So the first thing, the topic of our group was certification and evaluation. The first thing is to work at the European level with a language that universities and government understand. This language is ECTS, European Credit Transfer System, ECTS. So this is something which is known by all the universities in Europe. And this makes it possible to have a common language. For example, a certain amount of hours of a lesson is 5 ECTS credits. That number of practice is 10 credits, for example. And so a total to reach the level of a bachelor degree, for a bachelor degree, you should have 180 ECTS. And so you can do this through through lessons in person or lessons through webinars. ECTS can also be about your practice in your work, which can give a certain amount of ECTS. And also the third way to have ECTS are the internships done in the Ecett-Network. And we have already a good experiment of ECTS with Ecett in the years 2011, Paulina, I remember maybe, we had with the High School of Social Workers in Charleroi an agreement, and it was an agreement with the government, with the Ministry of Education, and for each good practice which was written, which was validated, and which was discussed in a workshop, they received 2 ECTS. And so if over 1 or 2 years they have 3 good practices which were validated and discussed, we have 6 ECTS, which is a recognition. It is important if you are a student at the university and you want to have a degree, to have a diploma, to have the 180 points, it's important to have a lot of ECTS. It's also important for our staff members, when they are trained, they want a recognition. And they do what they want with the ECTS in the long term of their learning. So we have then to put order in all the topics where we can train. This morning I spoke about 5 main areas. It was treatment of addiction, networking with families, etc. But there are sub-areas. So we have to make clear what are the topics and in which family of teachings they are. And how many ECTS credits these lessons can bring. Yes, and then the trainings, but this was the job of the group of Andrea, the teachings will be customized in function of not only the needs, but of the topics. If we say this topic is a big topic with a lot of credits, another topic is less important with less credits. So, yes, then we spoke about different universities which would be maybe open to participate in the reflection of the academy, and not only in the reflection, but also at one moment in being the academic leader for the learnings. We spoke about the University of Milano, Catholic University of Milano, yes?
Yes, exactly.
University of Ghent, because they have a long tradition of working in addiction and with therapeutic communities. I thought to the FOPA in Louvain, which might be interesting. Javier came with the Maynooth University in Dublin, and we wanted to ask you if you know people who are open in some high schools or universities in your country. Please give us the names and the addresses, because we are very interested to know what happens in Spain, what happens in other countries, and to invite these professionals to participate in the reflection of the academy, of the Ecett Academy. If they are motivated to participate. And to find one common standard for all our programs, having the same standards in Greece, same standards in Ireland, same standards in Belgium, in France, etc. So for this, we should have the participation of professors of universities. Yes, we also spoke about the criteria of quality. Yes, this is very important, that the teachings of the academy have a level of quality. And for this, we spoke about 3 criteria. The first would be that every staff member or teacher who a certain criteria, these teachers should be staff members of partner organizations. We will not accept someone which is unknown by our network who would say, I can be teacher in this. Are you approved by your employer? Is your employer a member of the Ecett-Network? We need this for the legitimacy of the teacher. And also, we should make an evaluation of the quality of the teaching, evaluation by the clients, evaluation by the students, who at the end should say, well, I give a maximum of points of satisfaction for this aspect of the teaching, for that aspect of the teaching, for this topic, etc. So this was the main that I have written about. Are there other things you think Javier, Eleni, or okay?
Okay, we're talking about the credits, just to fill in the space for the Ecett and put more of the weight of the credit on the practice.
Yes.
Rather than the theory, so put more weight on that.
Yes, right.
Okay, what should be your next step to be done?
I think what we should do now, but we will speak together about it, we should make a synthesis of this reflection and ask to our members to send this, to submit this to some professors in high schools or universities to see, are you interested to participate participate in the reflection. This is what I think now. Do you think it's possible, Christoph? Chris?
Absolutely, yes. I think the next step, very important, apart the European credit transfer system, is to identify university who will recognize us like a training center, okay, and they can provide diploma for all participants, not only a certificate of attendance, but real certificate with credits. We cannot provide by ourselves. We need to be recognized somehow from university. So we need support from some university who will provide and will, how to say, will sign all credits which we provide like a training. I think it's important to have some reference, some university who will recognize us like a training center.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have question about that synthesis and what has been done? So now we have to focus on this recognition by a school or university. So open your ears, open your eyes, and try to find a way to go to this recognition with discussion with some teacher, with responsible of schools, of okay? Thank you. And then the last group, after that we will make a short break. We will have coffee and tea and before the end of we are a little bit late, but
I'm joining my partner in crime.
I will yeah. It was communication and marketing, that's right?
So we were discussing and talking about how to communicate the idea of academy towards the wide universe. And we decided that we will talk about how, what, and what platforms or support forums we will be using. We also decided that we would be communicating the pilot phase, so not the actual academy in its full ripe age, but the piloting, you know, how to get the new message amongst the groups, the students, basically, the target groups. So, in terms of what, we were looking for keywords, just to make it easier for ourselves. What would be the keywords that we can take and throw out there, communicate, what we think that are important for the good practice-based academy. And the keywords were, for example, something like lifelong learning, sharing knowledge, accessibility, adaptability, COVID-proof. For example, we thought, you know, one of the strengths of the academy is that it's COVID-proof nowadays. Multicultural, intersector, dynamic, and other things. So the idea is to take the innovation, yes, also. To take the keywords and communicate them out there. And then we discussed how we would communicate them, and we basically brainstorm on what tools or platform or forms we would use to communicate the keywords. We agreed that the logo, the Ecett logo, and the colors that they are fine. They are in connection with Ecett, and there will be no change. But in terms of the platforms, we decided that what's important is video, for example, to communicate like a short clip or stories, Facebook fans stories. We also thought it would be great to have someone to speak for us, like a a famous person, ambassador, or a celebrity. We discussed online and offline platforms, media, articles. We also talked about personal introduction of the idea in schools, in community organizations, in community centers. We could also use international conferences, for example, as a tool to speak out about the academy. And then, of course, the online tools like LinkedIn and connected campaigns, Facebook, microsite, and so on. Fabienne?
Okay.
Okay, are we
Yes. Are you okay for the groups? Yes. Perspective.
And the last thing that we discussed was how we're gonna do it. So we decided that the group that was brainstorming and discussing this topic is going to carry on. And we decided about certain aspects of the group. We would like to take the communication and marketing of the academy further. So we would be sharing ideas, and we would make a work plan, and we would meet in a very limited time set.
Yeah.
We said maybe twice or 4 times a year maximum for an hour, because we are all fed up with online meetings. We also decided that the group would have no leader. We would want the group to be self-sufficient, and we own the decision. All of us own the decision about the group, so it should work in the future. And we have already also established a WhatsApp group. So we went as far as being active. Thank you.
This I received
We already created, yeah.
Okay, team members, anything else that you would like to add or correct me, help me? Anything else important?
Yes, the main ideas immediately, yes. I think the project of Academy is not enough explained, not enough complete in details to communicate very precisely on the project. But we need to talk about it. So that's why we are here. We are in the pilot phase. So what we will want, what this group will want, say, share the ideas, try to make more clear for our area, and identify specific places where we can present the project, like some association, like EFTC, and this is what Polina has done in Trampoline, present the project to groups and answer to their question. And then the second phase will be communication about prices, topics, specific training on this topic, 2 hours training, more detail in a second step.
Yes, because it's our group. I think for us it's important for us to use new and classic methods to communication, reach different groups related to the academy's activities and other people. Yes, and I think it was our one of the main things.
And again, a specific demand, very concrete, is: are you ready to ask to your own webmaster to create a link on the website page of your association about this project. So, there is very concrete. Like EFTC has done on his webpage. If you go to the EFTC website, you will see we have a specific page for Ecett. We don't want a specific page, but maybe a link and an advert or an image, or we want to be on your website. On your own website, if possible, a page Facebook. Yeah. Thank you.
This evening, for the dinner, we will have a volunteer who will come. Her name is Medea. She's from Romania. She worked in big factories like Amazon, etc. And she has fifth full-time. You know, she has some free time in the week. And she said, I want to contribute to something useful. Can I help Ecett? And her help would be about marketing, because she's very good in marketing. So this evening, if you see Medea, speak with her about what you heard today. It will help her to think about the academy and how to present it, how to share it. And we will, of course, share with her the summaries of Andrea, Fabienne, and myself.
We will invite her in the WhatsApp group. We will invite her into the new WhatsApp group.
Okay.
And maybe she become maybe the main person to which all the information.
Okay.
We go for a break? 10 minutes? It's okay for you?
10 minutes. You mean we start again at quarter to 4?
10 minutes, yes. And then we have a short last part with what do we have to do after that? Well, decision for the future we have made.
with an organization in Rwanda, with one organization in France, and one organization in Belgium. For this number of hours in Rwanda, this number of hours in Belgium and in France. But I think I have to be more clear what about you were speaking in these so we have to follow everyone who will do it, to say what this one, yes. Okay. You need those let's call it Ecett Academy Services Training School. This Ecett Academy should be recognized as
Me está contando Javier del congreso que tenéis que va a haber ahora en Italia sobre Recovery Through Sport.
No es un congreso, es un proyecto que va a haber un curso de formación para los operadores.
There was kind of a congress.
Estoy pensando si hay personas de España, hay, pero no de Proyecto Hombre. Hay personas de dos asociaciones que se llaman...
Bueno, es que entonces es diferente. No, porque te iba a dar ideas. ¿Quién lo organiza?
¿Qué sea? La organización greca.
Los griegos. ¿En Italia?
No, en toda Europa. En España, en Italia, en Grecia, Polonia, Irlanda, Javier también en la organización. Y en Italia hay solamente el steering committee del proyecto a Reggio.
O sea, es un proyecto, no un congreso.
No es una conferencia, pero creo que a la fin del proyecto, julio puede ser o septiembre 2022, va a ser una conferencia y creo que va a ser la conferencia pero
o sea, es que es FEDOM es quien lo está organizando.
No, FEDOM no es Fotis pagando de sí.
Bueno, un poco por si te suena, si crees que les puede interesar, yo tengo el contacto del departamento de UNODC, de Naciones Unidas contra la Droga y el Delito. Hay un equipo que está dedicado a prevención de criminalidad a través del deporte, que no es tanto prevención del consumo de drogas, pero sí prevención, y tienen un programa muy nuevo que se llama Juega Vive, Line Up Life Up, que está dedicado a trabajar personal skills through sport, ¿okay? Entonces están haciendo un trabajo muy bonito de implementación en Brasil. I've been watching it in Brazil in the favelas. So I took it to Dominican Republic also. We did Line Up Life Up, and they are working in Asia and Africa also. Like in South Africa, they are doing a really nice job. So now they're like a piloting, and they have done some evaluations. Pierre Van well, is a really good expert of this kind of programs.
Okay.
And I'm sure they will love to know about this project. In case you think it will be useful, I can support you with the contact. And about Spain, in Spain Project Hombre, there are just, well, we use sport all through the treatment, okay? But that's a different way of working. But we have 2 Project Hombres. They are focused on doing treatment through sport, and one is in Malaga and the other one is in Barcelona. And I think also that might be interesting to be included.
Because I think that they didn't involve Project Hombre because they have already 2 organizations from Spain, and one is Asociación Experiencia, que trabaja con el sport, el deporte.
Let me write down.
Yes.
Okay, Asociación
Experiencia.
Ajá.
El otro partner.
Proyecto Inserción, but it's not just for drug users.
Este proyecto sí, el RTS Plus, pero trabaja también con la Universidad de Tesalia, que hay una metodología sulla skills acquired through sport.
Take a look, Lineup, Life Up, UNODC.
Okay, just one moment, I give you also the other organization.
Asociación Experiencia. No, maybe if they are not included, the people from Project Hombre, we would like to be in the Congress.
I do not know if they work also with Project Hombre. And the other one is...
Sport to Life. Okay, great. Okay, Sport to Life. They work very close with Project Hombre Barcelona. They are doing Sport to Life included in Project Hombre Barcelona.
So if you want, we may organize, because I think that your contact is very, very important for the project. We may organize a meeting with Fortis, an online meeting, when you are available, in order to discuss about the possible integration of the project with other activities. Because what we are designing now is an online course on to train social workers and people working with addicted people to integrate sports and motivation through sport, etc., and achieving skills through sport in their competencies, in their tools, and so on. And so I think that, and it will be available because it has been funded by the European Union, so everyone will access to that, will have free access to that, and may attend the course and get the certificate of the partnership. But I think that
just in English.
It is in English, yes. It is in
no,
English.
I mean just like so. One thing is right now one is the Project Hombre, but since I used to work with UNODC, that's away from my actual job. So if you want to look Line Up, Life Up, Line Up, Line Up.
This way?
No, it's like up, like upstairs, Line Up.
Ah, okay.
Ay.
You know,
Well,
today everything is up with APP.
Yeah.
We are
Line
online.
up, life up. With life with V. I don't know. Vida. UNODC. Okay, United Nations of Drugs and Drugs.
Okay.
So here, youth crime prevention through sport. Okay, this is because with the Doha Declaration, there's a lot of money coming from Dakar, supporting this kind of. So, last CND, the CND, the Commission of Narcotic Drugs, they contact me because, I used to work with them. So, and I've been doing lineup life up in the Spanish version in Dominican Republic. So they said, do you have any experience using drugs, sports to prevent relapse? And I said, okay, so we did a side event.
That's great.
It was really interesting. We did a side event at the CND last year. Maybe you can make a look. It was like, in the CND was like prevention through sport. I don't remember the name. I was there talking about the Project Hombre experience, then Pierre was talking about Line Up, Life Up. So, well, that's another opportunity, like to be present in the CND,
Yes. And you are available next week to meet Fotis in an online meeting. I think that just 1 hour, just to discuss about that and to see if there are links or opportunities. Because I may not take responsibility for that because I'm not the project leader. But I think that if we find new perspective and we may find other opportunities.
Yeah, I can talk about my experience, but I'm not sure what's going on since I'm not working in UNODC anymore. But what I can do is if Fortis is interested to just send an email to contact them both.
Okay.
So, or if you tell me with more details about the project, I can just make a call, an informal call.
I think that for that project we are developing a platform similar to Ecett platform, and so when the link will be available and the Spanish section, because the training will be in English, but I think that each partner will do something also in its own language, because in our case we have to translate a lot of things because people are not able to attend courses in English in Italy, and I think that maybe Spanish people will do the same. And so I will of course send you the link as soon as the platform will be published or in a good status, because now we are just beginning and organizing things, but it is not completed and so. And after that we may meet or talk about the
And what's the name of the project?
It's RTS Plus.
Like this?
And the website?
RDS Plus.
T like tango.
RTS
Plus. And the website is RTS. It's RTS. RTS Sport. With only one S.
Okay.
.eu.
Okay, great. Well, the only thing is UNODC just work with evidence-based. So if you are thinking about evaluating, then they will be interested. If it's just a great idea, but you're not going to evaluate, they won't like it.
I do not think that at the moment we have the money also for evaluating the project.
I have to ask the responsible for the evaluation project, who is a Spanish organization as well. I do not remember the name.
Well, I will just, just to tell you that probably I will tell Fortis, like, okay, to be sure that UNODC is going to be interesting, it's in case you have any data or anything that, because, good and beautiful ideas, they are all over the world, and they are searching for more evidence-based, well, at least evidence-informed, even if it's not evidence-based, or if you have that way of looking at that, like we would like to evaluate, even if it's a short-term evaluation or things like that. Then they will say, okay.
Because the project methodology is based on evidence-based activities. It is what the University of Thessaly
that's so great. That, like, for example, if you have an agreement with the university.
But you have to consider that we are talking about methodologies and activities. So if the University of Thessaly says that we were able to prevent the use of tobacco amongst youngsters through sports activity in 75% of persons with this control group and so on, they are talking about a specific activity. But the project aim is a project financed in the Erasmus Plus project. Is training, it's not action. So you may not provide data or provide evidence on how the training is functioning, because at the moment you are just training the professionals, and probably the professional will start with the RTS Plus methodology.
Yeah, I don't mean that you have that data right now. It's like you are focused on
it was just
any time
to tell you that at the moment for this project evidence base is quite far, because you cannot collect data. You may collect data about how the design of the training is functioning and so on, but not how it will impact on the
but you are doing something already evidence-based, so it's not like you're just creating weird ideas. That's
all
great.
The methodology presented by the University of Thessaly is evidence-based, because they.
That's perfect.
Thank you, Begonia.
Moi, je pense qu'on doit le faire gratuit maintenant. Je pense que les gens ne vont pas payer pour ça maintenant. C'est pas assez connu, c'est pas assez lancé. Et après, je crois qu'il y a une troisième chose que j'ai une.
Est-ce qu'il va passer Fabien?
Oui, c'était Intelligentes.
Bien l'accueil.
Très bien. Ça va.
Ok.
Mais maintenant, on attend.
Il nous reste une petite heure si on veut aller comme une demi-heure.
Ok.
Si pas, je crois qu'il nous reste une demi-heure. Ouais. Regardez combien de mètres il y a jusqu'au centre. Kilomètres. De mètres.
Fabian, as the restaurant, can we walk from here?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to look.
Oh yeah.
How many steps? How many? Max. Max. Du capitaine.
Puis ça change un peu parce que généralement, c'est un peu travailler là, il faut un peu travailler les gens.
Yes, very close. 5 minutes. Walking until the castle.
Okay, perfect. grand.
It would be great to go over there and walk for an hour together.
Tu sais,
Yeah.
il y a une telle qui est
Yeah.
moi je dis, il faut pas aussi des rechutes. C'est un tabou, mais il se passe des rechutes, mais c'est
It's just at the end, and then you go on the left.
What time will we finish here?
Here we go to the restaurant at
Half 6.
6.
Half 6?
6 to the
Yeah,
restaurant.
grand.
So
Yeah.
we have to start here because we need to bring everybody. Ah, Delphine. Delphine, elle a sa voiture. Oui. Vous êtes venus ensemble? Non. Et donc Delphine, elle vient avec le
Ce que vous dites, c'est hyper important de les mettre dans des processus de formation, ceux-là en particulier.
Le petit menu, très c'est un centre sportif. Ah oui, à pied, oui. À pied, il faut bien arriver. Ah oui. Ah ben voilà, oui. Directement. Ok, ça va. Oui, pas de souci. Non, ça vient, c'est pas grave. Je vois que je partais dans une première réunion. Et quand il vient, vous rechercher les autres. C'est pas grave. Il y a 1h30 à pied si tu veux y aller à pied. C'était ça ta question?
Parce que les modèles.
Par 5 heures, ça se donne. Et puis c'est pas les belles routes, rien qu'à ça. Alors, maintenant, je vais
Bégonia t'envoie maintenant sur ton email de sa présentation de l'IFF.
sur mon email.
Paulina, très bien.
Écoute, ma fille est déjà à la fin de la secondaire.
Qu'est-ce qu'il a fait?
Elle dit qu'elle ne sait pas très bien, mais elle a été faire, tu vois, un truc d'orientation pour voir ses capacités. Et l'humain, comme nous, l'humain, c'était en haut du panier. L'humain et puis la culture. Donc elle pensait faire sortir la saison et la fini à 17, l'école. C'est sympa peut-être d'aller habiter toute seule.
Donc forcément, ils n'ont pas encore une définition de l'économie. Donc il faut choisir un nom.
Mais en fait, ici en Belgique, tu peux choisir même les mois d'août. Même les mois d'août. La lutte, tu peux choisir. Parce que ici, quand tu fais l'école secondaire, il y a plusieurs filières, plusieurs possibilités. Donc elle a fait la générale, et la générale, ça te permet d'aller dans tous les métiers. Tout ce que tu veux. Tous les métiers sont
il y a franchement des choses à faire. Il y a un école secondaire
Well, we are nearly at the end of the day. We have working hard. Many thanks for all your ideas, for your involvement, for your cooperation. Now we will finish with two short questions, and then a presentation of Begonia on the project of Proyecto Hombre, which is Intergentes. And then after that, we suggest you to have a short walk together, because there is a wonderful castle, an old castle, 5 minutes walking, so if you want. And at 6, George will go with, and our 2 cars will bring 11 people to go to the restaurant, and then George will come back to take the 6th last person.
Is the restaurant a walking distance? Can you walk to the restaurant?
To the restaurant? No.
No, okay.
1 hour and a half,
yeah.
And it's not very nice roads.
We can start.
Yeah.
You can start now, maybe.
Yeah.
But it's not good walk.
Yeah.
So sadly. Okay?
Okay.
So at 6, meeting on car parking. At 6. If you don't come for walking or okay?
Yeah.
So now, first question: who have received agreements for mobilities in 2020 or 2021? I think, Kulmine, you have still mobilities to do?
No.
You will apply for 2020?
Yeah.
We apply this week
22 this week, yeah.
for 2021 until May 2022.
You will apply in 22?
We apply this week.
You have applied,
yeah.
In
They are
21?
applying now.
We didn't receive yet the
In 1
answer.
week. Yeah?
Did you have the answer, the agreement?
No, we
No,
didn't
not
have
yet.
answers.
For how many did you apply? How many mobilities?
30.
30? 30?
No, we are very
30?
Yeah.
30 or 13?
Just to say,
30?
Yes. We have a lot more staff. We have more staff now.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
And are you going to apply in 20? No, you in.
It will start if they say yes. It will start in January 2022 until June until May 2023. 18 months.
So you will apply for this one. For how many? No,
No.
You are not going to make another. Okay. And are you going to apply for accreditation? Do you know what is accreditation?
No.
So, George will explain after that. Okay. Then Monar, nothing?
PSST, we are trying to make accreditation.
Accreditation. 21, 22.
This accreditation
This.
to 19th of October.
This year.
Yes, this year.
Yes.
So Monar is accreditation. Okay. Zdenka, you have still 6 mobilities? No.
We still have 18.
18. Yes, but you have projects for 10.
No, we have
No.
project for 18.
No, what I said, it's for 10, you tell me that you have found a host. No, not yet?
For 10.
For 10,
Yes,
and then for 8 you have to find a host.
Host, yes. Host.
Okay.
Funding, we have for 18.
But Fabian, It's not a monarch, PFST, because I don't know what they plan and.
Okay. Who has applied for, yes, Alice, you have 17 bourses, non?
Possible, mais Angelo vous a rien dit.
Si, vous en avez 17.
Je sais qu'on en a.
C'est 17, Georges?
Je ne sais plus.
Je pense que c'est 17, je pourrais regarder parce que... Voilà. Et c'est Ecett qui va être votre organisateur de voyage.
Ah ben voilà.
Oui. Donc, Alice. Et donc, je vais devoir prendre contact avec toi pour trouver des hôtes, en fonction de vos objectifs.
Mais oui, on a mis ça en suspens vu la situation.
Ouais.
Là, on est chaud. On peut traduire ça en anglais.
Oh, c'est pas. Oh, c'est pas. Chase, no?
Not yet. We are going to do it.
You are going to apply in February.
Sorry, they have the accreditation. You have accreditation.
You have accreditation,
They
yes?
are accredited.
We have.
They have.
But we have to ask for
You have accredited?
for mobilities.
Yes.
How many in 2020, in 22, how many are you going to ask?
When we have to decide.
Okay.
I cannot answer by myself. We have
Okay.
to decide.
Trampoline,
It will be done.
you have still,
We have still 15 grants, and our project will finish in May, the 31st of May.
May
we
23?
Sorry?
23?
22.
22.
Because of the COVID, we can.
Yeah.
And
So you have to organize
we are
15.
preparing, yes, 15 grants, and we will apply for the accreditation. In 2 weeks, we have to submit our
Begonia, do you think that Proyecto Hombre will ask for mobilities or accreditation?
Yeah, we are discussing about the accreditation already.
21 or 22?
That's what we are discussing, yeah. Because probably we will wait 22 because we have funds now with Intergentes. So we don't
Okay.
like, we need to write down the activities, so we're not going to use any grants next year because we have a lot of money with Intergentes. Yeah. But Proyecto Hombre Barcelona is thinking on doing the accreditation this year.
This year?
Yeah, right now I'm writing with
In 10 days. Good luck. 10 days, very short.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Sorry, I have to leave.
Okay.
Bye bye. But see you at the restaurant. Okay.
Okay, bye bye, Delphine, thank
See
you.
you, Delphine.
Yeah, who knows a lot about this? I have some doubts
Yes, she asked me because she has so much money with Intergentes. So Intergentes increased in 2023.
23, yeah.
Yes, and I asked her, I said to her, maybe they could
Use first.
apply for the accreditation next year. To
Next
have money
year.
for 23, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I use, and that's where I suggest them. Like, for example, Asociación Proyecto Hombre, we decided not to do it this
Okay.
year. So, but Proyecto Hombre Barcelona is still thinking.
Intergentes, you have mobilities?
Yeah.
How many?
36 in
36?
people, yeah.
Before 23?
June 2023.
Okay. CEID Bordeaux?
We still have 18.
18?
And we have to do them to bring the trenches till next year, December.
Okay.
22.
December 22?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Okay. So CEID Bordeaux wants to have a place in your association if you can welcome them before December 22. Depend on the objectives, of course. Ok? C'est bon pour les mobilités. mobility, on a le compte, c'est bien? Good, very good. It's a lot of mobilities. Depending the COVID, it's nice. It's nice. So the question about webinars, I think we have had very interesting webinars. We have had people, we have questions and interaction more in some letters than others. And now we wonder if we have to continue see some webinars. We did 10. So how many for 22? In which language? And also, it was free for everybody. Do you think we have to keep them free? Or do you think we have to ask for some money for this product? Because it asks a lot of works for George, Paulina, Andrea, and I. So, your opinion?
So I think initially we were surprised to have a number of 50 or 70 people who registered to participate in the webinar. We were surprised by that. We had one in English, and after that one in French. In English, the big majority of the people are not English-speaking natives. So there is an obstacle of the language, but the content was interesting, and as people have PowerPoints to support their presentation, the PowerPoints help to follow. I don't know, Paulina, if for you it's difficult to have proposals of presentations for the English-speaking webinars.
No, it's easier to have English-speaking people. Yeah, it's not complicated.
Okay.
They are really motivated.
Okay, but we asked you, but you two, I know in the island, we have had Argo, we have had once Chase, group of Chase, for one presentation which was done by Annalisa in French. We have had people from Magdalena. We have not yet people from Mona, or from PFST. So if it's possible to ask them to make a presentation, it will be fine. And yes, from France we had also CED.
And the Portugal too, we had Diana from Portugal.
Yes.
They are very much motivated too, and they would like to present.
And of course, if you have in another topic also a good practice to present, please say to Paulina that you are ready to present a second good practice in another topic. So this is for English. It takes time for Paulina to find candidates, but in French it is worse because there we have no problem, of course, of language. It's in their native language, but we have not enough candidates for presentation. And I think that people feel shy. People say, who am I to say that I have a good practice? I don't want to present something and someone says, well, this is not interesting. I think there is a fear of putting oneself in front and not being approved. So you cannot help for the presentation in French, but my question is a little bit, should we continue? Are the webinars an added value? Should we continue this in the two languages? As participants, I find it always interesting. It's always a good material, and you will see it when you can have the bulletins with the resume, with the summaries of the good practices. But yes, I listen to your reflections, your proposals, your ideas. Should we continue this? Why and how?
Maybe we can make
Yes.
I would like just
Andrea?
yes, I would like just to add a couple of reflections. The first one is that we calculated the cost of each webinar. They are based on voluntary work by me, by George, by Pauline and Fabienne, and by the people presenting the good practices. But we have to consider that one webinar of 1 hour and a half costs about 300 euros, because you have the work to prepare it, you have to involve people, you have the technical support. We are doing that for free, but the value of a webinar is that. And you have 3 teachers, because the people presenting. So if I would do that in a training organization, I have to consider that it is quite expensive. But on the other hand, it's a very big value we are giving to our partners and to our friends and to our networks, and so we have to be conscious of that, and in my opinion we have to continue. We have to think about another thing, that it is what Natasha was saying during our group. The webinar in French is good because a lot of people may participate in their own language, but if my organization is an organization presenting a lot of good practices, the risk is that my colleagues are listening to their colleagues presenting something they know very well, and this could be a little bit inconvenient. I'm not saying that they are losing their time, but it's not so efficient. So we may think about that aspect, and maybe that translation or other kind of support in order to participate in webinars in another language may be good. We have as well to consider the fact that we are not presenting the same good practices, even if the topic is the same. So if we talk about low threshold treatments, you won't have the 6 good practices, the 3 good practices in English and in French. You have 3 in French and 3 in English. That means that people listening in French are losing something, and people listening in English are losing something else. And so this could be a problem. The third reflection I would like to do is that we may change the webinar formula according to the new academy aspects, and so maybe a webinar could not be based only on the presentation of 3 good practice, but maybe a reflection about a collection of good practices, or a topic which is able to combine the information and the knowledge coming from a group of good practice. So no one has done a presentation like that. So if you wanted to talk about target groups, families, you call 3 persons to present 3 good practices about families. But a teacher or an expert in the academy may take a look of all the presentation of the good practices in our database related to family, and present a reflection about differences, about good practices inside the good practices, common good practices, and so on. This could be one with the same formula, maybe taking the same time, but maybe that in a future webinar we may present 2 good practice and a reflection about good practice, in order to show what the academy may do.
Yes, and you mentioned the possibility of organizing a discussion a reflection together.
Yeah.
So if others of you have an idea of, well, this might be a good topic to make a reflection all together in a webinar, please say it now because we are interested.
Okay, Lisa, what do you think?
I agree with him.
We should continue differently.
Listen, I definitely think it is an additional resource. I didn't realise that there was a cost, but if it's financially viable, I think it would be good for the webinars to continue, because I think the database is rich in content with good practices, and it may not be reaching people because people don't tend to go into the database and read the practices. But if they've been delivered via a webinar, I think people will engage in that process and it's sharing the knowledge. So, yeah.
Okay, so yes and differently.
Yes.
Okay.
Fabian, sorry, I have to take a call.
Yeah.
So I have to go.
Michael, what do you think about webinars?
Yes. But I don't. Can you repeat a question?
Yes. So the question are here. So are we going to continue? Yes or no?
Okay.
Yes. How many? How? In which languages? Free or not? Differently? You can talk about those different topics.
Okay, I understand now.
Okay.
Yes, to continue, and I think English definitely. Yes.
Okay.
And you think you can find someone in Poland who would participate in the presentation?
I think yes. I think maybe Jolanta, because we talked with her before, like here, and she talked about be a part of academy and eventually maybe on a webinar. I think yes.
Thank you. Stenka, what do you think about?
I'm definitely for continuing with the webinars. I think it's an amazing tool. I also think it should remain free. I cannot imagine that our participants would pay for the webinars.
Okay,
we
free.
don't have the funds for it. The Erasmus Plus doesn't cover it as for now. So I am proposing to keep it free, although I am aware of the costs that are connected. And as to the organization, I understand that the French versions are important, but just for the sake of discussing, considering the price that's connected to it, I'm thinking about the number of participants that usually attend and the amount of work that's connected to it. My idea is to make it maybe less frequent with more people attending at once. That would mean maybe, for example, one of the ways would be doing only one language webinars, English probably, or yeah, I don't know anymore, I guess. But I didn't give it much thought really. It's interesting.
Okay.
And I will have to carry on.
Okay. Thank you. André?
I can't say more. I have no experiences with webinars, so that is our voice.
Okay. Thank you. Eleni?
I have no experience as well, but I think that continuing the webinars is really important, so yes, for this part. And for the others, I think that the only thing that I can say something is about the language. I think English would be better for all parties to have more participants, and it's a common language for more European people. So.
Okay. Enough?
And I think it's really important, especially for we are asking for an accreditation, and for Europe it's very important. The how do you say this? TIC tools for them. We have to go to the it's one of the goals of the Euro, so it's very important. English, it's okay, we have a lot of demand, 2%. And French, I would like to say yes, and Natasha is right when she says all the time the same institutions to present good practice. It's not, we would like to change, and George is right too when he says they are shy, maybe they don't try, they are just shy, and it's difficult for some people to present a good practice, but I think it's important. It's important because if you don't do, one part of the population or our colleagues, they will be out of this. And I think, I don't know, maybe if we make an event face-to-face in a few months, and we see people, we could have more people interested on presenting the good practices.
Okay.
Because visual is complicated sometimes.
Beatrice?
I can know the top very
No, of course, because you don't know. Christophe?
Of course, I would say yes. In two languages, English and French. But my idea is also to videotape everything. It would be possible later to reply webinar for someone who wants to see some specific topic later.
That is the case. That is the
Yeah.
case. Andrea put
We
it
do
on
that.
the platform.
Except to the last webinar because we had some technical problems, but we
because
do that.
in streaming we have some people, but when someone wants to review once again, it will be possible to review it, and it would be good to put also on Moodle somehow the link to, for example, this video could be placed on YouTube, for example. I don't know, but Andrea knows better than me how to deal with this. And I would spend one idea, one word only about other languages. Well, I think it would be also possible, but we have to check the quality. And we have to monitor the quality of webinars made by someone on local level. Okay, so CD of presenter, of the trainer, a clear program with objectives, with contents, and very good prepared didactic, like PowerPoint, for example. I would not close for local languages, but we have all the time to monitor the quality of someone who is giving the training. This is
Coaching. Give a coaching. The person who is going to present could be done, but again, mobilize resource.
Yes.
We have a lot of demand to see I received a lot of demands on the address of Ecett-Networks from people who wants to review, from people who tell me I cannot be present to the webinar, can I watch him later? Or I am just interested in this part of the webinar, can I watch it later? So we have a lot of demand about review. That's why Andrea put it on the platform.
Yes, we can provide, for example, link.
That's the case. That's what I do.
Doesn't require username and password. Just link if you want to watch once again videotape. You just click here and say
that's what I do.
Title and link.
Title and link.
Maybe it's easy.
Thank you, Christophe.
Thank you. I was surprised about 300 euro. I was really surprised. It's expensive. On one hand, it's expensive, but on the other hand, maybe not.
But you have to consider that you have 3 teachers, and normally you pay for higher education, one teacher around 40-50 euros per hour, and you may not pay one teacher for 20 minutes, for example, because they are attending also the others' presentation. So it is correct to engage teachers for 1 hour. You have to consider that there are 3 or 4 hours of technical support for the webinar and recording and preparing the platform and so on, and at least 6 hours of activities in terms of contact of participants and support to the teachers, publishing materials, and so it's quite easy to think about that.
Thank you, Andrea, for this calculation, because it's easy to say let's prepare a webinar, but there's a lot of work behind this.
Yes, a lot of work behind.
So thank you for this calculation, because it gives idea. Thank you.
It will be very important for the next for the academy. That's a test. The cost of the things.
And if it costs €300, if you have 30 participants, you ask €10 each. So, but I think we have first to have an image of a good quality webinar. Because now we do it for free. Maybe at the moment we will say, well, can you pay €10 for that?
€10 is not too much. You go for pizza, you spend more.
Yes. Yes, that's right. For a cinema in Belgium, you pay 12. Just 1 hour.
Okay.
Several points. I think it's really interesting that keep this project on. So yeah. But for the language, I think in English and in French, it's okay. For the financial aspect, there is a way for the seminar. If the webinar isn't live, it's free, and if there is a replay, you pay. That's a possibility.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
The registration.
Thank you, Laura. Begonia. Back in business. Making business. They have a money for money.
And you don't have to pay, you can pay also 5, but 5, you can.
Yes, 5 or 2 or 3 at the beginning. 2 or 3. Or
This is great idea.
Great idea. Okay. Begonia?
Yeah, but I think they are really important to keep on going. These webinars helps to give more visibility to the good practice that exists. Not everybody has the possibility to travel and visit places. So I think that's such a great opportunity. But maybe as Senda suggests, maybe I will say less frequent with more people participating. So maybe I'm not sure. English for us, French by sure we won't go. But I'm not sure if you could do in the same webinar both. I mean, translated. That way you can share the experience of the French spoken people to the English. I don't know if that would be complicated. Like if there's someone translating at the same time, so to have less webinars, but in both languages. That way it would be more participants also. And well, about the money, well, in my organization, the truth it is always complicated when money is involved, both to pay and to receive also, because well, there's some people argument that our service should be free of charge and everything. But despite this, I think it is important to charge for a quality service. Yeah, so maybe what she suggests it would be a great idea, because then you have both opportunities. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I cannot answer yes or no to the.
Well, okay, it's a difficult question. It's a difficult question.
Consider that the translation I'm doing in Italian. Now it's quite complicated because I am the same person who translates, who take care of technical aspects of the platform, who often goes with the slides because
I have to provide support to the presenters, and so they say, go on, next slide, and so on. And this is quite complicated, but it is not complicated itself, and if it is included, because when I translate, I do not ask the people to stop or to wait for the translator, but I just ask them to speak slowly if they can, and often they can't. And so, and sometimes I forget to switch off the microphone. So now it is something which is not perfect and perfectly integrated with the webinar. But if we decide to have a webinar in English or in French with a translation for the presenters in order to have all the people around that webinar, I think that we may do that in a good way, in a better way, in order to transmit, in order to forecast, to broadcast it in different languages, and to have the participation of more persons. So I think that this could be taken in account. If not, we will have to give webinars in Spanish, in French, and in English, with the risk presented by Natasha.
You just think maybe it's cheaper to have just once every 6 months than 3 every 2 months in different language.
Yeah.
Yeah, the organization and everything. And I'm not sure there's this platform. I think Microsoft Teams it has, like it's written down the translator.
It doesn't work.
It's very bad. It's really bad.
It's very bad. Yeah.
It works very well on recorded videos. So if you upload a video on YouTube and you ask for the translation, this is a good quality, an acceptable quality. But if you ask the inline translation, when you are speaking, it doesn't work.
It will come. Work if you take them and if you pay for them. Also, there is this platform of international volunteers that they are all over the world, and sometimes they are handicapped people, I don't know, but they always offer people to do free translation, like if you ask them.
Okay, we can talk about this technical problem. Javier, do you have something to do about?
Similar, the webinars. Let's do less, because instead of do 12, let's try to do 4 and try to sort the problems of the translation in French and in English, instead of try to do 12 in both language. 4
Thank you.
Would be less cost, or put the money on the translation.
Krasimira?
I just have an idea about discussion.
Sorry.
I want to ask you, if we want to make a discussion, there will be in January a webinar in English about management. And I wonder suddenly, should the question of staff training be a good subject of discussion? One organization would present what they do for the staff training, and the others might participate as...
I'm sorry, but we have not finished. I'm sorry, but we have not finished.
Okay. Later.
Yes. Okay. Krasimira? No idea. You haven't followed any, maybe.
Experience and
okay.
If it works well, yes, probably it's important to continue. But
Camille?
I checked a little bit by translator. It's the end of the day. I recently discovered the webinars by Krasimira because Tapaj had to be presented. Then I wonder why I didn't get the information and how it is disseminated.
So you wonder why you haven't the information? Because maybe you're not in the... Maybe your association didn't get you the information?
Yeah.
That's very sad.
And for the question of French version. I think it must be kept because it is one of the ways to mobilize French people to get involved in the network and share their practices.
On n'a pas compris la fin. On n'a pas compris.
Il faut garder la version française pour que les Français se mobilisent, enfin la version francophone pour que les Français se mobilisent à partager leur pratique. Sinon, si on supprime la version française, pour moi c'est évident qu'on va la perdre dans le monde.
So we should keep the original version of the good practice.
La version francophone, la version francophone.
Oui,
on fait anglais et français. Oui, mais non, mais je réponds à la question, est-ce qu'on garde les deux langues?
Ok, oui, d'accord. Ok. Natacha, de l'enfant. Georges, si on peut encore juste terminer cette question-là, parce qu'il a 5 moins le quart, on commence à être fatigué. Natasha, what do you want to say about webinars?
I think I enjoyed it right here, and I think it was too many webinars last.
Too many webinars. Okay, 10 is too much.
I think it's too much because now we're going back to a normal life with different meetings.
Yeah.
It will be too much. I think 4 will be 5 at the most.
Yeah. In each languages or totally? Okay.
I think we have to keep English and French because we have.
Georges.
We don't have enough. I'm sorry, I'm the last
Si
one.
tu fais du bruit, on n'entend rien.
We have to keep French and English version. For my institution, we don't have enough French, webinar. I will keep it free, but I will be very concerned with the academy. I think it cannot stay free forever. Because my concern is people are going to say, okay, I'm going to follow the webinar because it's free. I'm not going to maybe join the academy. We know it's not the same, but right now they don't know it's not the same. So if we want to work our visibility, we should not keep it free for a long time. Maybe 1 more year for us the time to promote the academy, and I think it should not be free. Or maybe like when you want to see it again, maybe pay a registration, something like that. You should not keep
With
it
a little
free.
fee at the
Well,
beginning.
just a little
Yes,
fee.
just to make the difference.
Because my concern is you're gonna maybe people are gonna be confused before the webinar was free and the academy what I have to pay. So I will say we should not do this.
Okay. Okay. George.
No, it was
Okay.
I think that if they have a list of addresses in France, they can just send us the list and we will put them in the CRM.
Okay. It's the responsibility of each help desk to make the information in their country. You agree with that?
But I think
So, Krasimira, you have to hear that. It's the responsibility of the help desk to make the information to their own country, their own sector, their own associations. Of course, Ecett can send mails, but we receive so much mails. I think when you receive an email from, in Belgium, from la Fedito or from la KPC, the people are more aware than when they receive an email from Ecett. Generally, they don't know Ecett. The help desk know well, but it's not the same impact.
I have just a question. Do you think that having a discussion about training of staff, do you think that this might be an open and motivating question for participation in the webinars? Yes, no?
I have idea.
Yes?
I like very much your idea because taking care of our staff is very important. And I have a proposal. Since 12 years, I'm monitoring organizational climate in Chase.
Yes.
I think it's very important to monitor organizational climate, which include variables like autonomy of work, job description, leadership, communication, team, innovativeness, motivation, burnout, working climate, satisfaction, and all those variables you can measure. I have translated in many languages my questionnaire. I was working 3 years on it, so from statistical point of view it's working very well, and I can propose webinar for our staff of Ecett, multi-dimensional organizational climate questionnaire, how it works, how we can use it, and why, etc., etc. Stop.
Okay. I take it, yes.
I think it's very important.
Might be a basis for a discussion about how do we care about the subjective life of our staff. How do we feel?
Yeah, exactly.
Fabienne.
No, okay.
Il y a maintenant la présentation de Begonia.
Voilà. We will stop on this subject, and if you have other ideas for us about that, and then the board will take the decision about the number of webinars and so on, participants or... okay? So now for 10 minutes maybe, Begonia, Itergentes.
Javier is going to support me and I send you the PowerPoint.
I have a third hand and a second hand.
Well, we will go through the good lunch. Or if it's easier, we just talk about it, Fabian.
Minuti, italien, che è molto organizzato.
First, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was going to present it, so it's the general PowerPoint that explains about Ecett-Networks, so maybe it's a little bit long. I will be telling you just to go next and next.
Now. Voilà.
Okay, well, then next and next. Please.
So I asked to Begonia to present it because this is an original way of participating in the Ecett exchange. She does it without mobility grants. So it is another way to fund exchanges in Ecett.
Begonia, hands up when you want to have the second.
Yeah, the second and the third.
Okay.
The next one?
Again?
Yeah. Yeah, because we will. Well, first of all, just to explain very briefly, this funding research comes from the European Union. Like, for example, we have Voices financed by the European Social Fund put the money in the Spanish Ministry of Labor and Economy. So this is where this grant comes from, okay? Ecett-Networks. Okay, next. And it comes, it's like a support, Fabian, next, please. It's a support from one project we have named INSOLA. The goal of INSOLA is to support the social labor integration of people with addiction. And so the INSOLA project has been linked to the Ecett-Networks through the transnational cooperation exists, because it's not like just for Spain, okay? So Intergentes has this international. So go, please. Next. Okay. And here we have the general goal. So this project strives to bring a better answer to one of the issues that, as you all know, is usually a great challenge, the last phase of the recovery process, and it's the difficulty to finding or keeping a work of our patients. And so we are sure we improve the methodologies, the knowledge and the skills used by our professionals to reinforce their tools and lines of work in the field of social labor insertion that will help them not to relapse. Okay? So next. So these are like the specific objectives first. It's to promote the exchange and learning supporting study visit of Proyecto de Asociación professionals to different European centers for a theoretical and practical experience. So Intergentes has grants for these study visits for 36 Spanish professionals, and at that time I would appreciate if any of your centers has the possibility to accept these kind of professionals, because we would like, we should link them to the social labor, focus on the social labor, but not just to visit social labor good practice that you have in your own centers. But one thing, just to clarify, George, this is not Ecett. We're not going to ask them to be included in Ecett. We're going just to suggest. It has to be volunteer, because Intergentes, it doesn't, in the project is not written, is with the Ecett methodology. Okay? So I cannot tell them to do this travel. You have to do with the Ecett methodology. So I asked Pauline, whenever we have all the group of the 36 professionals that will come from Project Hombre, that they are interested to travel, to visit some good practice, to present what Ecett is, what it means to present the good practice and all the good things that has doing this experience part of this set. But this has to be volunteer, okay? I cannot tell them to do it. Also, the second is to improve networking by creating a space, this space to exchange ideas and innovative practice. So we have created, and here you are part of the team, we have created an expert group. We named European Expert Group of Addiction, Recovery and Employment Intergentes across nations. Right now we have participants from the FIC. There are people from Project Change Genoa and Change Venezia. We have people from Project Braga in Portugal, and so Javier from Pullman in Ireland, and Aldo, he used to be with us, now they changed. And then we have people from Trampoline. Natasha used to be with us, and now it's Pauline. And also we have from Magdalena, you're part of the team, and Project Okay, and the last, it will be finally to promote interinstitutional cooperation. Okay, and so these are like the plan activities. Okay, you went through there. That will be again is the study network visits, the expert group. So far, remember, tell me if I'm wrong. So far, we have done a diagnosis. Each country has presented a diagnosis of the social labor situation of each country, and also we have represented more focus on what are the challenges with the people in treatment with us. People with drug use disorders usually have more challenge because they belong to more vulnerable groups. So right now we just finished with this group, we finished with the diagnosis, and now we are going to start in the next meeting, that is next Thursday, with the online course, okay? And we will be, at the end of the process, we will have this online course in English available for all of you. And this is the work project and the plan, and keep on going, Fabian? So these are the
is to incorporate this network of therapeutic communities in Europe, and also to generate a new network to work in the field of social labor insertion, and third, carry out a specific course for addiction of professionals, and next one, propose. If you want, you can go through this one again, because I don't want to get it. I can share with you this presentation so you can read it. Well, will be to transfer the APH, the Proyecto Hombre Asociación, in terms of training of our professionals and encouraging cross-border networking and social innovation. By sure, this is exactly what we are doing with Ecett, And next one. Transfer to the EFTC and the organization participant in the project will be focused on generating evidence on the efficiency of exchange of experience for solving problems. Again, it's the same that we are doing through Ecett. And transfer to third parties will focus on sharing the progress and results of the project. And this is the impact. And more or less, you can keep on going with the impact. Again? Yes, just go through. Okay. Well, so more or less, next one. Yes, please. Fabian, the next one. Okay, so this is achievement added to the project. So in addition, we also would like to take the advantage of the space created thanks to this project to promote the EFCP through networking and financially supporting board meetings. And well, we also hope to this space also to facilitate common future projects such as accessing maybe for European funds or the future implementation of other project ideas or studies. So that will be in the 2023 with this group. We will start thinking about some idea to increase this kind of experience of sharing knowledge. And well, this one we can go through because the participants they are already selected. And well, just to finalize, the intention of all the efforts of this project are to promote the social labor insertion of people with drug addiction, with drug use disorders, as a main part of the personal recovery process. But what we believe is like if you are well trained, if you have good practices, you are going to do a better job with them. So, well, that's the main goal of the project. So, with the Ecett, as I mentioned, my intention is it will be more like to offer people from Intergentes the opportunity to participate in the Ecett program, but this has to be volunteer. So the Proyecto Hombre professionals will decide if they are interested or being also part of the Ecett practice process. I'm sure this will be very, very beneficial, but it's their own decision. Because the project is not linked with, when it was presented, it's not linked with the Ecett. But since there are 36 professionals, and hopefully we will present them what Ecett means, what it means to have a good practice, the opportunity to belong to this network. So I'm sure, well, I guess Paulina, because she speaks Spanish, so it would be much more motivating if someone from Ecett, different than me, could go and explain to them. And at that time, well, maybe I hope at least from the 36, at least 10 of them will say yes, that they will do this experience I said. But even if they said no, the experience will be more or less the same thing. We believe in traveling, visiting, face-to-face, share know-how is so good. Even these funds comes from a different place that is not Erasmus Plus, it's not it's a different source of financial. Well, just to show you that you can find different grants from mobility grants. Yeah. I don't know if you have
have any questions. Most of them probably they will go with the people that they are in the team. Like, well, I was talking with Javier, one my Argo, hopefully Pauline, and most of them they will go to FIC because of the language. Most of the Spanish therapists they don't speak English, so they feel more comfortable with Italian or Portugal. But anyway, they probably will try to contact you or during these days if you feel like you can accept this Spanish therapist. Well, I will appreciate because I have to send 36 people. And I don't know if you have any questions.
Can we send this PowerPoint presentation to the members of this assembly?
What?
Can we share?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Javier? Yeah? Well, since I'm here, I want to congratulate the team. I think it's a really motivated team. Usually it's an hour and a half meeting, so at 11:30 I'm always, hey, we're on time, and they're like, let's keep talking. So, they're doing such a nice job, and we will go to Portugal in December. We will have